Hello, hello. We are back in 2024 with Tales of Vardin. Super excited to continue our story this evening. But before we do any of that, let's take a look. We got some new faces? No, maybe just a different one. Here with our good sir, Daddy Tarzan. What we got going on?
Oh, You mean this week or with me right now?
With you right now.
It means just
Introduce yourselves. Yes.
Greetings and salutations. I am Daddy Tarzan 82855 on all social media platforms. I am currently dressed as William the Great, a disgraced naval officer turned pirate and cursed with the undead. And happens to be stuck with a band of intrepid adventurers who don't seem to trust him very much.
Why would you ever think that?
Hello. Grendel kind of trusts him.
Hello, I'm Michael St. Gregory, and I made all this, so that's cool.
Yeah.
I am a actual play performer and producer, and you can find me everywhere online, right down there. Just search my name. I do stuff. Take it away.
Hello, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl, across all social media platforms, mainly active on TikTok and Instagram. I play Grendel. She is a half-orc barbarian who was raised by halflings, and she loves flowers. Now, to this
Night
hand,
orchids.
hello. Oh, bye, is lonesome down there.
There's a story.
You're muted, buddy.
You silly goose.
I cast silence. Now you're just being an asshole.
Hi, everybody. I am Victor _ the Story Weaver on TikTok. You can find me there and see all the different characters that my brain conjures to keep me company. I am playing Harpen, the most trustworthy, loyal, completely non-suspicious individual that ever existed in a D&D campaign.
Yeah.
Do you guys smell all that bullshit?
It's pretty fresh.
Two untrustworthy individuals in one group. How much more fun could you ask for?
If you don't already, you should definitely follow all these very talented individuals and see what they're doing in their creative spaces. Michael, do you want to talk about like how people can? No, not really.
No, what do you guys? I didn't even let you ask the question. I feel right now like I'm doing like morning radio. Like, all right, everybody, call in and number 5 if you want those tickets.
This man, like he said, made all of this. So if you have anything that needs this magic, as well as our intros and all of the production side of it, this man does it and does it well, does it all.
So comes highly recommended.
If you find me on social media, you'll find my link tree, which has all the ways that you can support me. And if you would like to commission me to make your stuff look like this and have some fun with, I'll even let you use this site because, you know, that's what I do. Please let me know. It's a new year and everyone needs a nice new look for their game.
Yep,
exactly.
Absolutely. And it's always good to support everybody that's going on and working in this community.
But mostly me right now.
Mostly Michael. Everybody else is garbage.
No, I mean, you know, they're all right. But, you know,
they're okay, but they're not Michael saying.
I'll make the money worth it.
Absolutely, this man definitely will. We're still waiting on one more individual, but until then, do you guys want to do like a recap of the story up until now?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll do that and then kind of roll initial credits.
Just straight up, just throwing you under the bus.
Do it.
Let's do it. Okay.
If
my memory serves me incorrectly, please someone jump in and correct me. We started our journey high above the city of Fair Harbors, looking down on yet another pleasant day. Our party was attending the Midsummer's Festival, some for some for good reasons and some for bad. Our lovely Godi was in jail due to piracy being something that has been outlawed by the world government.
Good thing we don't have any pirates.
Absolutely none. No pirates here. However, there was an individual that was bringing together the different people into one location for a very particular reason. Grendel had just recently lost her Helene to an attack on the small town that they were living in by ooze monsters.
Mr. Balls.
And they drug her away, our sweet Helene, which we are finding out more of where she is at and how we can possibly get her back. During this Midsummer Festival, it was the distraction needed to break Godi out of jail and get all of our party together. After the chaos had settled and they had made their way out somewhat successfully. I mean, successfully, he was out of jail, so I mean that would be considered a success. Making their way through the town to the Boar's Hat Tavern to meet up with the patron of this whole endeavor. The city was attacked by a group of gnolls. After defeating this pack of gnolls, they decomposed rapidly and reformed into a very large black oozy monster, which the party yet again defeated. After defeating that and escaping the Night Watch yet again, they met up with a gentleman named Horatio, who talked to them about a make-believe place, or so it has been said, called Melson Shear, an ancestral library that was said to hold the world's knowledge and be one of the 7 floating citadels that was there at the beginning of time and creation. After a little bit of investigation with some of the artifacts that Horatio possessed, it was able to teleport them to a small piece of land very high in the sky that was floating above the city of Fair Harbors. Looking around there and with the artifacts that they had in their possession, were able to find an arcane entrance to this library. Upon entering, they met with a very ancient being known as Mindoran, the dragon of the House of Knowledge, who wasn't altogether there, not physically anyway. Their soul and spirit manifested in a spectral form. And as he showed them around the library and kind of talked to them about some of the importance of things, he tasked them with finding the pieces of the lost Paragon. He went into detail about how each of these paragons were essentially the nexuses for the flow of magic and existence itself. But one was lost when he decided to return the Citadel to the sky because of the greediness and the wars and the fighting that was happening because of this Citadel being on the face of Vardin itself. So he decided to return it to the sky. In that process, it was dislodged and dispersed back to the surface of Vardin. And in that process, he put himself in the place of the Amber Paragon to still keep the city afloat, because if it had collapsed back to the surface, the world itself would have been destroyed. In doing so, he bound himself to the library, never to leave ever again, which was one of his favorite things to do, was walk among mortals and learn things, just secrets and how to make tops and just the intricacies of humanity and mortality itself. Through all of that, he showed them the library and the books and the knowledge that was there, tasked them with returning the Amber Paragon so he could fuse it back together, because the library is becoming unstable. Without that Amber Paragon, his soul can only feed so much of that missing piece. So he's needing that back to restore the library to its former self and keep all of the other 7 paragons in check and in balance. In the process of doing that, the library began to shake and tremble, and he took off to take care of whatever was happening. In that process, books fell off the shelf, and the party was sucked into some of them. The interesting thing about the books in the library was that you can experience them. So the party made their way through each of them, fighting some parts of historical past, some fantasy, some dark horrors. And as they made their way through, coming into close calls and almost death in a few situations, they were finally returned to Mindoran's glade, and there were able to rest before he sent them back to the material plane, essentially, to find the pieces of this paragon. As they made their way across the Midland Oceans, they came across a magisterium ship, which is where we picked up Solomon. And Solomon found a thief and a criminal and returned him to the hands of justice, as was intended. In that process as well, we found the Titan dragon turtle called Darakunir, which was the fabled resting place of Lord Caliban's treasure trove. Instead of finding a treasure trove, however, they found a few empty chests, a magical dagger, a few pieces of a 12-sided puzzle cube, and an entire host of gibbering mouthers, which came from an ancient gibbering mouther, which had basically taken control of the entire dragon turtle and kept it dormant for many, many years, essentially controlling its movements through the Midland Oceans and devouring anything and anyone that was unfortunate enough to land on those shores. In that process, they picked up our crazy lady kite, which had survived many, many years there because of some psionic beetles that helped counter the frequency of the gibbering mouthers. So they were able to rescue her from the island, eventually freeing the Titan Darakunir in gratitude. He made their trip shorter by taking them most of the way to Greenport, where they were initially headed to in the first place. Landing in Greenport, they finally found time to kind of sit and think and plan their next movements. After taking some time to blow off some steam and catch a couple pro fighting matches, they turned their attention to the citizens of the city itself, which had started to come down with an illness. that was becoming a little bit more widespread. Upon investigating further, they found that it was due to a combination of elixirs and sinister abyssal magics, essentially. Defeating more of these black oozes as they pop out in different places around town. Solomon was demoted for using an artifact that was given to him by his employers, but despite being sanctioned by the magisterium, were less than pleased at the fact that it had been used in the first place. So suspicions rose not only with the party itself, but also Solomon, which now finds himself more aligned with the party's goals and motivations now that the magisterium is becoming more of a culprit, so it would seem, in all of these machinations that are happening around town. They reunited Corellian with his mother, which was Kite, which was very, very nice. And after resting, they went around town to gather a few things to try to fight whatever is coming with these progressively increasing black oozes as they are coming up. One particular location that the party is kind of all headed towards was Ember Shard. As sorry, there we go. As they're getting ready, they have gone around town collecting alchemical fires, different potions, different magics, scrolls, all sorts of different tools and armaments to try to counter these oozes that they had found a few weaknesses to along the way, thanks to our Beastmaster Ranger Xenia, which is unable to make it today as well. But hopefully soon they will be back with us. So as the party is gathering things, Solomon, you were unfortunately under the weather last time. And when everyone else was kind of going around and shopping and collecting their things, you had to step away, unfortunately. Is there anything or anyone you would like to talk to kind of before we ended last session?
I'll tell you right after this. It was a long intro, but we had to get there eventually.
Absolutely. Again, the marvelous work of Michael St. Gregory. So
That's
if you
me.
need anything remotely close to that, hire this man, support him all you can.
So Solomon is the one thing he picked up from the store was a fishing rod in his manic moment of something that he heard Grendel say that gave him a little spark of an idea. But as he's coming back with it, he kind of like stops and takes a moment and just goes, "What am I doing? This is oh, I'm having one of those moments again." Right? And he's thinking this in his head, but he's thinking about like all those times that he would get ahead of himself and would start to think a little too eagerly about things that are not really as well understood, and how sometimes that would get him in trouble with the magisterium. So he kind of takes a moment to sit down on like a bench or something, and he looks at the magisterium's building and he thinks about it and how many years he was a part of it and how much they put him through, but also how much he got out of it, because it was where he was educated and it was where he was given a home and a life and a purpose. And he feels a little like a tinge of guilt about the way that he departed, but he knows that this whole assignment that they still believe for him to be going on to Embershard is more than likely something that's going to end badly for him, and he remembers that. And then he just kind of takes a moment to breathe and look around and absorb the town that he barely ever really knows about. He's just occupied in it most of the time in a tower, surrounded by other people just trying to uncover secrets of the universe. And he really admires the beauty of the city and the people that occupy it. And he remembers that it could all go away very quickly if they don't do something about the biggest threat. And he heads back to the party, and the rest of you, when you would see him come in, he's not nearly as excited. He's not nearly as energetic or like having that brainstorm moment that he had before. He's just kind of sullen and quiet and just kind of taking some time to just put whatever he got at the store to the side and just takes a seat at a empty table and just starts writing some notes in a small notebook he keeps on him.
More so, I think, than you ever have, Solomon, you notice this, like you said, the simple beauty of the city itself. The sun is right at 10 o'clock, so shining bright. The shadows casting playfully on the cobblestone streets, the people crowding them. And you know, when you're in a large city and there's just people walking past each other, not even making eye contact with one another, that's not this. there's so many people here, but each one is engaging with one another. It's friends, neighbors. They know each other's kids' names, their middle names, their interests, the scrape on their knee they got last week. They genuinely care about each other, and you see that, and you see them caring about each other just in passing in the streets. And you notice these things over and over as you make your way back to the party and find them. Grendel,
Yes.
the party had to find you before we had ended last session. You had found your way back to the halfling tavern. Yes. Yeah. What are you doing there?
Well, the first thing Grendel is going to do is obviously go and look for her parents. She'll kind of like, she's very used to like living in smaller environments, being raised by her parents, and so she kind of goes and she very carefully she floofs her dress out a little bit. She very carefully makes it. She goes, "Mama, Papa, are you here?"
Oh, hello, Grendel. Yes. And they come over and sit with you, and they've brought, bread and cheese and butter and all sorts of just like things and grapes and just halfling hospitality 100 times over.
Grendel, she's gonna just sit down and she's gonna just start kind of like snack on everything. She goes, "I wanted to come by and stop by and check on you guys. We need to make sure that you do not go anywhere. You have to make sure you stay here because it's safe here."
Well, we're not going anywhere. We tried to go, but the guy at the gate said that the trading company or something was closing the gates and nobody could go. So we're staying here until they let us through. I don't know what we can do about that, but
Well, Mama, Papa, it might just be a good idea to just stay here until I can let you guys know that it is safe to go. Because, like, right now, some things are getting really weird and really crazy, and I don't know exactly what's going on, but it's a little scary.
Your dad kind of loses a little bit of the jolly front that he usually has and has more of a concerned look and goes, "Grendel, are you in trouble?"
Oh, no, Papa. I'm not in trouble, but my Helene is, and so that's why I've been going out adventuring. I need to find her.
So what is going on then that is being weird?
I don't know if I should talk about it, because a lot of the times it seems to be like a lot of stuff. From what I was told, we're trying not to have people freak out or panic, but all I know is that somebody has my Helene, and I have a name, and it's Mr. Balls, and I'm going to beat him up, and then I am going to get my Helene, and then we can go back home, and we can have our flower shop, and...
Balls. Mama, do you know a Balls family? No? Okay.
It's okay, Papa. I have my friends, and they help me a lot as well. And one of them has even started making flower crowns with me.
Oh, that is very good. Yes, we could always use the flower crowns to promote the feel of ale. Let's fill the flowers first and then drink the ale to follow.
Yes, exactly, Papa. Yes. But I just want to make sure that you guys are safe. And I've already lost a few people that I care about, and the last thing I want is to lose my mama and my papa.
Your mom and your papa take your fingers in their tiny little hands because that's all they can fit. We are safe. There is no safer place than with family.
Yes, Mama. Yes, Papa. Just keep an eye out and If you see anybody who looks like they have oh, Papa, do you remember when you had that weird mold growing in one of the breweries?
Oh, yeah, it took a long time to get rid of it. I don't like it.
Well, if it looks like these people have like the mold that they had in the breweries, you need to stay away from them because they they're angry.
It would not do to contaminate the ale, absolutely, so I will stay away.
Okay, all right, good.
William, as you guys are going out of the Honeywell bed and breakfast and going around town, shopping, buying your alchemical fires and different things, every once in a while you kind of glance as you're passing these intersections. You look down and you can see straight down to the pier on some of these roads, and every once in a while you kind of peer down and make sure that what you had talked to your son about was happening. And sure enough, all of the docks are ship after ship after ship after ship, and you notice off in the ocean as well, just in the bay, in the harbor, and even past that, there are ships that are beginning to pile up as well, as there are shipments coming in, but there's nowhere for the ships to actually go.
Yeah.
So they're just kind of waiting out until they can get a dock free, but none of the ships are moving.
Successful in blockading the port.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Right. So is there anything else you all wanted to do before?
Grendel would like to stack up on some Fialova ale, though, to take on the journey.
Your parents would absolutely accommodate all of that. If we cannot get it through, maybe she can take a couple kegs with her and she can distribute.
It will be good for advertising, Papa. And also, we have a friend of ours that he gets very, very grumpy if he does not get his drinks. So sometimes if he starts to get an attitude, it's like putting a bottle in the baby's mouth.
Oh, God.
Solomon's going to find William. Where would he be?
I think, well, originally we were at the Emporium. I think Harpin and I were at the Emporium.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten back to headquarters, as it were.
Right. And then we had met up after learning about the happenings of what's going on with Quincy's goods. And Harpin wanted to investigate that. But as far as that, William is probably either... Wait, we discussed about tracking down Gretel, didn't we? Was that was last discussed?
That was the last thing that happened before we ended our session. So we're just kind of like in the time before that, building up to it, if you will.
Oh,
you love the sideways chug there, Tarzan.
Don't want to mess up the paint, man. Can't smear the makeup.
Perfect execution.
So I would say, after getting the supplies that we got and meeting back up at HQ, William would have been meticulously servicing his weapons and firearms, just making sure everything, their functionality is perfect, the edges are keen, so on and so forth. Just doing what his military training has taught him, maintaining his equipment.
Solomon's gonna recognize those, routine moments and just kind of like knock on the wall to let you know that he's nearby. Do I refer to you as Captain? Is that a formality?
I'm a captain of no ship. What do you need?
Well, I respect the position regardless, so... Captain, I hope I'm not imposing, but I just wanted to ask a question of interest that I have
What is it?
about you. Do you hurt from whatever it is that you've been through?
You're referring to my current state?
Yes.
No more than the pain that I've suffered through being disgraced as an officer. There's some pain that was dulled as if I've been drinking for a fortnight.
In my time on fields of battle, I have seen all kinds of soldiers, with many ranks, do incredible things, all for a cause that they believe in their soul to be right.
Aye.
When they return, a piece of them is no longer around. They all lose something in some regard. For some, unfortunately, it is a physical loss. But for others, the ones who don't talk about it as much, they'll won't be the first to admit it until you really can understand. But they lose a piece of their soul. Now, in my time with my former employers, I had to study all fields of magic, including necromancy. And I know that there are aspects of it that we still don't understand. But I do believe that, despite being a agent of war magic, I fought just as hard to keep myself to be whole because of what I've seen. And what I see in you is what I've seen in others. However, the difference is that you're still doing something about it. You call yourself a captain without a ship. And while that might be literally true, I think that the honor and the dignity and the respect that you have for yourself will reflect upon your actions. And we will see those reflections, just as you would see yourself on the very ocean you once sailed on. While I tend to be a bit more flourished in my language, I will tell you basically that I don't think anyone's soul is truly ever lost. Just feels lighter after something terrible happens to them. Take that as you will, Captain.
I appreciate the simplicity of your final words, because if I might be frank, I got a little lost in the translation.
I'm working on it.
I would say my current state is a reflection of how I lived. You're correct. You give up a bit of your soul the longer you live through the horrors of combat. I think I just imbibed in it more than others would. That's why I find myself more comfortable the way I am now.
Be that as it may, I value people of your abilities, your skills, but also of men with your kind of heart. You care as much as a father would for any child. And I know that Grendel is young and has the mind of someone that I wish that I had the perspective of. But she cares. Godi may be much like myself, which is why we clash so much. But he cares. Apone keeps things very close to himself. And perhaps that is best. Xenia, their boundless energy to be on the move and always be discovering things is remarkable. And you have the potential to lead all of us to something even better.
Until this day, I didn't think I'd find myself more dedicated to a group. I lived contract to contract. And here I am, going completely out of my way to ensure that none of you fall to harm. Even at the old expense of my own life. Or unlife in this instance. I would have to admit this is a bit out of character for me. But I would find that some of my motivations to my actions have found itself intertwined in our current state, so I'm a little more motivated to help you. And while this does seem like a bit of a setback currently, I can't help but feel that there might be some benefit to it in the bigger picture. Only time can tell.
Well, you lead, and I will follow.
Very well. For now, I'd like to lead to a bar and actually enjoy some rum, but that's not going to happen anytime.
I think Grendel might actually be able to help us with that. From what I understand, her parents are very good at what they do.
Well, between you and me, the alcohol doesn't work anymore, so it's more of a force of habit.
As I heard a child once say on the street, that sucks.
Yes. It is very unfortunate. But for now, I think we need to reconvene with the group. We've spent too much time here, and we needed to get things going. The threat is a little too close to home right now for me.
Cody, please stop talking. We're trying to have a discussion here.
Sorry, the thoughts are just weighing on my mind, and I just must put everything together.
William and Solomon, go ahead and take a point of inspiration.
Thank you.
Mwah. Art.
So,
Welcome, Matt.
as we all convene, and Gody has a light bulb moment of, I need a picture to see the colors. Where's Grendel? They go out to find Grendel. When they find Grendel, make the comparisons between the painting itself and the colors of the Magisterium, noticing that they're slightly off. You all see a familiar Kaipen. This is a little amendment from our dear friend Xenia from last episode, who is kind of flailing and flying, lands roughly in front of you, and this Kaipen reaches out its claw with a rolled up scroll and just shoves it towards you. As soon as Solomon grabs it, it just begins to turn to ink and onto the ground.
Grendel's gonna
Pineapples.
take a moment. She's gonna stomp on it to make sure it's dead, and then just and then just kind of stare at it for a minute.
Most of you recognize that this is the Kaipen that Xenia flew off on.
Oh, that was messy.
You know, if the Kaipen was taken by the goo man.
Ugh. Would I recognize that as some kind of like failsafe for a scroll?
You would recognize that as the abrupt ending of a spell due to lack of concentration.
I think.
Oh.
Wait, just to be clear, the thing that turned to ink was the Kaipen, not the scroll. Correct?
Not the scroll, yes. So you have the scroll.
Oh, okay.
Kaipen is gone, yes.
I thought when you said the scroll was in my hand, I was like, okay.
Oh, great. Come
oh,
on.
Hey, I sent you a message. By the way, blip.
Let's go.
Like,
I'm gonna hand the scroll to Gody.
While you are
What does it
in
say?
conversation with Grendel and the Magisterium comparing notes, and she's like saying, yeah, the colors are off here, here, and here. You reach over and kind of open it up, and it says in like really fast scribbled letters, Abigail, servant of Vorak Bal, watch out, city in danger. And underneath it is a drawing of what looks like a city map. But instead of buildings, they look like arcane runes and sigils. And off to the side, scribbled hastily as well, transformation right next to it, before you hear behind you what we heard last time. And at the end of last session, I heard 3 people say grapple, hold person,
Yeah.
witch bolt. Would you still like to attempt those 3 things? Or start
Bet
with
your
one?
sweet ass.
Okay, so Grendel, let's start with the grapple. As this person is saying, congratulations, you found the harbinger of the Midnight Court.
Okay, that's a strength throw, correct?
That is, yes.
Or is
strength
that
versus-
athletics?
That is
Athletics.
yours. Athletics versus
Is that-
athletics?
Okay. All right. Grendel, she's just going to be like, you work for Mr. Balls. And she's, that is a 13 plus 6, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That would be a 19.
19.
For
So-
the grapple-y, it's athletics or acrobatics.
As you reach out, Harpin and Gody are preparing these spells in their hands, but before they get to get them off, You go in to grab this thing, and your hands go through it.
You just hear Grenda go, "Ah!" and she just and she goes and just keeps trying to fucking swipe at this bitch.
You
Okay,
notice,
folks,
Cody,
it's all
under
part of the
more-
show.
Yeah, people are turning. They're like, the green lady's screaming. It's
Don't
like,
worry, my friend is
"There's a show,
practicing being
guys.
a mime.
Come here,
He's not
there's a
doing well.
show." So, Harpon and Godi would recognize this under more scrutiny to be an illusion.
Oh shit!
Illusory magic.
You already took
Stop.
off.
Stop being.
And you continue to try to grab this thing. She goes,
Grendel, it's not
"Take
real.
that."
It's an illusion.
Honestly,
I don't care if it is a Lulu. I just like, God, she's not listening. She's just gonna actively be trying to grab this lady.
So much deep-seated anger.
Harpon probably recognizing and anticipating that perhaps this was the case,
Mhm.
knowing how he operates himself. He would, without making any gestures or anything in his mind, he's communicating with his owl
Mhm.
to basically like fly the perimeter
Find
in
it.
case the
Yeah.
source of this illusion is anywhere that he can like spot.
Okay.
Potentially also he would be thinking about things like he can either be coming from an area near the library, it can be
Mhm.
coming from an area near the docks because maybe they're leaving and fleeing through the docks, or one of the land departures, or it can be in the near vicinity, like amongst the crowd or under a ceiling
Yeah.
or whatever. So he's like he's just trying to have that like perimeter fly as he just tries to cover the
Absolutely.
area.
Make me a perception roll and just send it to me on Discord or something. Just private message.
Can I throw a detect magic up? Specifically trying to identify where that illusion may be coming from, kind of like trying to like echo reflect it, like
Yeah.
just try to see if there's like a way to bing.
Absolutely. In the meantime, go ahead and throw that up. The illusion disappears and reappears kind of like outside your circle and begins to walk around, and every once in a while fades and reappears on the other side, just kind of like getting away from Grendel for a moment before Grendel pounces on it again, trying to like, come here. Just goes, I really have to thank all of you, really. You've done in a few days what would have taken me another week. You've blocked off the sea exit and closed down the gates. A perfect feeding ground. Oh, don't worry about your darling Xenia. I'll keep him safe. He'll make an amazing apostle, just like, what was his name? Tizikath. And as you throw up your detect magic, you sense the illusion, but you also sense the activation of a teleportation spell that you have used before, a fairy stone that instantly teleports you to a predestined and synced port crystal.
Do I have an idea of what direction that would be?
You make eye contact, and the crowd is moving, and as they move, you get eye contact with Abigail, and she just smirks, and she's got Xenia unconscious under the arm as she just smiles and
I'm running.
disappears. They morph together and swirl and just
I'm telling people, move out of the way, because I'm trying
absolutely
to get. I know I'm not going to catch them, but I want to see if there's like
get as close as possible.
yeah, trying to get the bit of that essence to kind of pinpoint where they're going.
Yeah. So at that same time that Solomon notices where the magic is coming from, your owl is dive bombing at that same moment. If there's anything that you would like to do before they disappear, Victor.
Okay. If allowed.
Mhm.
So by the time that the figure has like moved and appeared, and Solomon starts to like go in the direction where he seems to have spotted,
Mhm.
by that moment, Harpon is gone.
Mhm.
Like if the party were to like turn and look for Harpon, they're gone. The owl has been flying. And for flavor, Sir DM,
Mhm.
as Pact of the Chain Master Warlock, my familiar can take an improved form. So as Harpon is moving through the crowd with somebody else's face, and the owl is diving, this seemingly random person moving through the crowd very stealthily makes a cut with a dagger in his hand, cutting some blood. He takes a golden coin, puts them together, and then he starts speaking in a different language as his eyes are channeling and looking through the owl's eyes, and it just is continuously going, Sena meresla indera, sela meresta indera hai due sena meresla insta, and the golden coin is beginning to fuse with the blood as it melts, it dissipates, and as the owl is diving, the owl's feathers begin to catch on flames, and then the owl's body begins to slowly transform, and it becomes basically a meteor-like flame bird that then from its own flames and ashes emerges as a pseudo-dragon. And this pseudo-dragon flies straight up to this lady and attempts to sting her.
Okay.
Smash.
And never
Yep.
mind, because that's an 8. Thank you, dice, for ruining my coolness.
Roll me
Go
a dexterity throw for that, or just a dexterity check for your pseudo dragon.
A dexterity check. 13.
Okay. So, as it's dive bombing and the wings spread out, and as it goes in for the sting, there is a moment in that activation of the fairy stone that time and space essentially open before collapsing on itself again. In that moment, your pseudo dragon goes in for the sting. It opens and is gone with them.
Oh,
No.
oh, shit.
Good.
Oh.
Real quick.
Yeah.
While Abigail has been talking, I'm assuming this conversation took at least a minute for the time that they spent talking.
Mm-hmm.
What did I learn observing her? Capabilities wise, strength,
Capabilities wise,
class levels, current HP.
class levels would probably be 12.
Oh shit! Okay.
And most of the capabilities that she has are magical.
Okay.
And you would probably be able to deduce this, that they are a I think anyways, can you tell their race by using that as well?
You can learn about its capabilities comparatively to my own. Not race, but tactical assessment could potentially land me that. So if need be, I will be happy to spend a grit point to get that little aspect as well.
If you would like to.
Absolutely,
You're
please.
welcome
Whenever
to-
William does this, it just reminds me of like when you play Fallout and then you can like pause and just see the character like see their stats.
Just stats.
Yeah.
Let me get this dude's stats real quick.
William just becomes Tarzan, the video game player, in a moment.
What's that guy? Fallout guy or whatever his name is?
Pip Boy? Or
Oh yeah, the little
Pip Boy. Yeah. That's Tarzan Boy.
So,
Sir,
yes.
Sir DM, question for you.
Mhm.
The place that these people have moved, is it within the same plane of existence?
It is within the same plane of existence.
In that case, that means that I am still able to see through my pseudo dragon and communicate with them so long as we are in the same plane.
you
Okay.
And I'm going to
You can
say that
see
if he
through?
went through, I can
Mhm.
I can see through their eyes, and I can communicate telepathically with them. And a pseudo dragon is also able to communicate. Well, that doesn't count right now because we're not within 100 feet, so never mind. But yes, I'm still able to actually
Perfect.
connect and tap into them. So I would have said if they dove and missed as soon as they reappeared somewhere else,
Mhm.
and they didn't manage to get this thing, they would have probably like attempted to just basically fly back like away, and then attempt to just kind of like either get from afar from a distance to keep watch, and or if he saw anything where he could like hide, they would have done it as well.
Okay.
For
So,
this, for the tactical assessment to learn
Yeah.
the race, what do I need? Investigation, history, or insight to learn?
Insight.
Insight. All right. It's insight plus 1, 11 plus 6, so 17 insight.
Okay.
hot damn.
In that time, even through the illusion, you get the sense that this person wears many faces,
Just like him.
and is a changeling.
Oh shit!
Yes.
You would also get that they would possess some similarities to your current state. Just
Whose
with
current state?
William's current state.
Oh, Williams.
Yeah,
oh,
the one doing the
shit.
investigation. Because they are the harbinger and the hand of the Midnight Court. Blessed by Vorak Ball, they would possess some of the features that you have, such as resistance to necrotic and so on.
That's fucking dope.
But yes.
Hmm.
So, as Solomon is running through the streets trying to get closer, Harpon, you cast your spell, morph your owl into a pseudo dragon. It makes it through. You are still looking through its eyes then? In a blur.
Absolutely,
As-
especially if it disappeared automatically. The first
Yeah.
thing for me is I have him basically like angle out, go back up, and take in what everything around them, so they can actually get a sense of where are we.
Okay.
If it's a
Jody-
location that I can recognize.
Witness this interaction between you and your owl and your now pseudo dragon, yes?
Technically speaking, you saw something flying toward the direction of this lady that seemed to be a bird that then started to turn into a flame, and then seemed to be some dragon, like tiny size dragon-like figure that then disappeared along with them. But actually Harpon is nowhere that you would be able to see because he is disguised as somebody else.
Bitch!
And this is away from where the illusion was originally taking place, correct?
Yes,
The
it is
illusion
off
is
towards
no
the
longer in the
Illusion's
illusion.
gone. As soon
Okay.
as they disappear, it is.
Yeah, Grendel is
gone.
now currently
Solomon is
punching
running.
the
William is
ground.
standing there looking around, like trying to find all sorts of stuff.
I'm gonna
Grendel's
wave
currently
over
punching the
Grendel.
ground where she last was. She's
Grendel.
pissed.
Grendel, come here. I need you.
Grendel, she kind of just like takes one last like punch to the ground. She just kind of looks over at Solomon. She just kind of stands up and she goes, "What do you want?"
I need you to do something very important, and I need you to keep this area clear of people from being nosy as we are looking around. You are nicer than most of us, so you're the best person for the job.
Oh,
You want a quick
okay.
solution?
I'm essentially
Grendel,
setting up a crime scene.
Grendel is actually going to take a moment. She is going to reach into her bag and she's going to pull out her little box and she's going to reach into one of like the excess like pieces of charcoal because she feeds this thing constantly. And she's going to take one of the the excess pieces of charcoal and she's just going to start drawing just a giant circle where Solomon told her to keep guard. And she goes, "Okay, everybody, this circle is dangerous. We cannot go near this circle. I will sit here now." And she is just going to sit in the middle of the circle and she's going to kind of just be pouting and angry that she could not get a hold of this woman. And anyone that comes into the circle, she is just going to be like, I will throw you out of this circle if you step inside."
Just thinking to myself, all that potential. Thank goodness she had good parents.
But
So-
Grendel kind of sits there and she'll make flower crowns, eyeing anybody that like comes near the circle. Like, no, dangerous.
Could I do like essentially an Arcana check as my investigation?
Absolutely.
Okay, because they're the same modifier, but I figured magic will be more intrusive. 16 plus 7 is a bunch. 23. Am I doing that right? Yeah, 23.
Okay. So what are you looking for?
I am trying to kind of like go back to my like investigation crime scene type thing assignment that I would be given for certain jobs, and just trying to like pick up a trail to kind of see like, okay, having used teleportation circles myself, I would have like there's no like taste or scent or smell or anything, but there is like a vibe that can feel like, was this a short distance that they took them from, or was this powerful enough to go cross country?
Yeah. You've used fairy stones and port crystals before. You have to place the port crystal, attune the fairy stone to it, and then wherever you are on the same plane of existence, you can go to with the flick of a wrist. Sometimes the fairy stones are destroyed in the process, and those are usually left in pieces around the ground. There have been times before, and with a 23 investigation, you would know and you would be able to. People have gathered those fairy stones and kind of put them back together and been able to not use them, but be able to find the direction of the port crystal and approximately how far those would be. So looking around, you see in the place where they evaporated, essentially, around there's like 3 or 4 pieces of what you recognize, what somebody else would just think is gravel or just another like pretty stone or something, a used up fairy stone.
I'm gonna gather up all those pieces and just kind of pocket them as like evidence. With my knowledge of this, would I know the type of people, like how accessible this arcane technology is?
Magisterium pretty much has the monopoly on this. There are a few arcane shops that sell these. Quincy's Magical Emporium was one of them up till the most recent theft of all of their magical goods and artifacts. there is another shop in town, but they are not registered for the distribution of fairy stones and port crystals. Now, in the city, there's just dozens of shops and just everywhere, essentially, that you can get these things. But they are distributed essentially by the research and development section of the school arcana.
I'm gonna tell Grendel, doing a great job. Keep it up. And like
Pile of flower crowns just
Yeah.
right next to her.
You should sell them. Why not? Start briskly going over to Godi and relate that information and follow it up with, there's someone on the inside, clearly. I don't know if this was necessarily stolen, but there is a strong possibility this could be that this person was either given this or took it from one of the distributors. Or there is someone handing these things out to the right kind of buyer. Now, I'm not aware of any sort of black market in regards to these kinds of items at the Magisterium. I wouldn't be surprised, but I would love to know what you think of how they may have gotten this and where they would be going.
His Majesty Lord DM, is Godi aware of a black market? Being that he is not the most, he is a very morally ambiguous wizard.
You would have come across a few of these on the ships that you sailed in your pirate days, that were obtained questionably. Now, the redistribution of such items, typically not so much, because the Scarlet Brotherhood likes to get around as quick as possible. So what they do typically is they have a network of their own port crystals kind of set up for either easy escapes when the Sovereign's Navy comes around, or just transportation of illegal goods as well.
Ooh.
So, would I have the same knowledge, basically, that you just told Solomon, or do I need to make a roll of my own?
That, you would have knowledge of these things. You've probably never used one, but you've seen them used, and you've been explained to, oh yeah, well, this one, make sure you grab the right one. This one goes, to the other continent. This one goes, just 2 towns down. This one, will take you here, and this is how they work. So you'd have an idea of how they work. I
show you the pieces, and I look at you and I go, do you think we could reconstruct it and then use it to meet them at their destination?
Just at that moment, as you're having that question, the sound of a female voice is heard nearby, as you just hear, "They're in Ember Shard." And if you were to turn, you see this female drow.
Smash.
Thank you,
Sort
miss.
of just looking like somewhat raggedy, like wearing some like just rags and like coats and overcoats and scarves and things.
I love drow regardless. Smash.
She's just looking at you all, and it's just that moment of, it appears that all roads lead to Embershard after all.
I take a moment and put it together, and I just mouth the word.
You see the face is just staring at you like, what are you?
And Solomon is trying so hard just not to yell, "Don't fuck with me right now."
You see the eyes. You see the eyes basically like in a blink. The eyes turn into the two colored. That he already did that with you again once before.
As this realization comes over Solomon, a force emits from the Magisterium branch in Greenport, a pulling sensation similar to the time you fought the aspect of Vorak.
Oh, motherfucker.
Followed by the rising sound of terror. Far down the street, you see dozens of small crawlers that you fought in Corellian's office, leaping on people, consuming them, and growing in size, followed by the humanoid tentacle version covered creatures moving quickly and cutting down and consuming more people in the crowd, leaving them as empty husks. 3 lumbering masses emerge as well from down the street, and they're all coming from the arena where they collected all of the infected people.
Motherfucker.
And didn't do a good fucking job.
Grendel.
Grendel immediately
William.
upon hearing the chaos is already up. She's got her ballista in hand.
just ready to rock and roll.
These are the ooze version of these things, or these are humanoid version?
So
Both.
these are all 3. So these are the big ooze blobs. There's 3 of those.
Triple threat.
There's about 10 of the humanoid ones. There are probably 15 to 16 of the small crawling ones that you get by cutting the big ones that are essentially sucking dry the magical energy of the people and becoming larger versions of themselves. Eventually, if that were to continue, they would become the large lumbering masses of ooze. And at the same time as this chaos is breaking out down the street, you hear it before you see it. And you almost can't believe it. The walls of the city begin to disintegrate under the pounding of cannon fire. A dwarf in the crowd disappears with impact of a cannonball. You look to the ocean, and the ships that were in the bay are burning as more volleys are cast towards the city. William, you see off in the distance wyverns and 5 ships that you recognize with red sails. The Scarlet Brotherhood is laying siege from the seaside. What do you all do?
Grendel's first reaction is just yelling for anyone and everyone to run for cover. If she sees her parents, she's going to immediately tell them, "Get out of here! Go as far away from the city as you can." And she's just like, and at this point, she is fucking pissed. She's going to rage, and she is running right towards the fucking chaos.
Oh fuck.
How
And
far away is the chaos?
Probably about 200 feet from you, and coming closer. As Grendel's running towards it, more is happening. There's a well in an intersection of these streets, and out of it start to come, and forgive me if I get this wrong, I believe they're called Sahwagin. They're
Sagwin, yeah.
Sagwin, yes, with spears. They're crawling out and are just leaping onto these crawlers and just stabbing them.
Nasty.
Oh shit!
Screaming.
Oh, back
Oh
up.
fuck.
So what do you
Okay.
do?
That's good.
How wide is the street that these horrors are coming down?
About 10, 20 feet. Yeah. We'll say
Okay.
15, right in the middle, 15.
As they are approaching and knowing that Grendel is charging that way, so up until the chaos started, Cody was just staring at the point that Abigail disappeared from with a look of pure fucking hatred in his eye, and he was listening to everything that Solomon was saying and everything that was going on, and Harpin coming up. But his gaze didn't move until the chaos started. And his head just tilts and looks and sees these creatures coming. And as they are getting closer, he turns, takes a few steps towards it. He would walk his speed that way. But gets to that point, and once the chaos is within 150 feet of him, knowing that Grendel is heading that way, in front of her, Godey's going to look and just go, they all end now. And anybody around him just watches him slowly raise both of his hands on either side as Godey casts Sleet Storm in that area.
Smash.
So all of the enemies in that area need to make a DC 16 dexterity saving throw, or else they are prone.
Does
As-
Randy need to make a throw?
No, you're not there yet, but you
Mhm.
probably will be as soon as everybody is perfectly laying prone for you, Grendel the Executioner.
Oh my god!
Right, that is a
Dun
12,
dun dun dun
18,
dun
and a
dun
1.
dun,
We're
dun.
Oh my god!
doing 3 groups of them. So that's a 1, a 12, and a 19.
So the 1 and the 12, those that in those groups that can be prone, because I know that this is a funky thing.
Mhm.
A torrent of snow and freezing rain falls in a 20-foot tall, 40-foot radius cylinder right on that point. The area is heavily obscured. It makes the ground difficult terrain. All those anybody who fails that save has to make, or it ends up falling prone. I don't think that they're spellcasters, but if anybody in that area is concentrating on a spell, they have to make a con saving throw against my spell save DC in that area or fail concentration.
Okay.
Oh shit!
So, yes, Godey is setting the battlefield, knowing that the people around him are somebody with an axe that can cleave heads off and somebody who likes to throw big balls of fire.
Which brings me to my follow-up question. Are we okay? So
Great bigs.
we're in front of the wave of this siege of creatures. Are
Yes.
there any coming from the side?
The majority are kind of coming this way, but there are others that are spreading throughout the city. They keep going to the left, and some are turning and going away. But the majority that have kind of started flooding the city this way are coming towards you.
All right. So the wave of ones that pass that check, and this is going to be fun because Sleet Storm is a frozen magic spell. In doing so, to block that brigade that passed and is able to fight through,
Mm-hmm.
Solomon is going to raise his hands in kind and cast Wall of Water at where the Sleet Storm is hitting to make a frozen wall to stop them.
Ooh, smash!
Okay.
So that's going to be 30 feet long, 10 feet high, 1 foot thick.
She thick.
For
So does that mean
flavor,
Grendel needs to break her ass through a fucking ice wall?
Basically,
Or
he's
go
just
over
trying to
it.
like stop them in their tracks and like close them off before they can do any more damage.
Yeah, just give you more time, kind of protect the people that are on this side.
Yeah.
How tall is it again?
30
10
feet
feet.
up.
30
I
feet
thought-
high?
I thought it
10
was.
feet, 10 feet wide. 1
Sorry,
foot
30
thick.
feet long, 10 feet high, 1 foot thick.
Okay.
What's
For
Grendel's
flavor-
strength?
But-
So
Yeah.
Grendel is also 7 foot.
I'll be taking that into account. What is Grendel's strength?
Her strength
Score.
is 16 plus 3.
Okay, so
Her
plus 3
And the
modifier.
AC of an ice wall is 5 with 15 hit points.
Okay.
So do
So
I happen to capture any of the moving creatures in that
Three.
wall of ice?
So, there are 5 of the ones with heads that are prone. There are 4 crawlers that are also prone on the other side of the wall. And I will say that you get 4 more of those crawlers stuck in the middle of the ice wall. Some of their tendrils kind of sticking out on the other side, trying to still move.
So this is concentration. So Solomon is keeping his focus directly on the ones that he's captured, but from a safe enough distance where it would take some time for them to get to him should they break free.
Perfect. I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw for me as more cannon fire is just taking roofs off of buildings.
no.
What? Did we have to make a dex save?
Yes, please.
Oh, dear.
Does Grendel
Oh,
perceive
no.
the cannons? Because she would have advantage on this.
Perceive what?
The cannons.
You have
danger
advantage on
sense.
dexterity,
Oh,
dexterity saving
okay.
throws.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Solomon, that's not fun.
This
Okay.
is not a
Fun
happy dance.
This is not.
that
This
is-
is I'm angry.
That's a straight 16 for me.
Okay.
I have no modifiers for my dex.
What?
Victor, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
What do you mean you don't have any modifiers for your dexterity?
She dumped it
Grendel!
all in strength.
And do you know how long ago it's been since I've made Grendel? It's been a
You
while.
wanted to be a big, strong girl. That's what you wanted to make her. All right, Victor, you and me, hold up your number by hand at the same time. Ready? 1,
Okay.
2, 3.
Oh shit. Okay.
Hey, Victor. Twinsies.
Actually, it's an 11. That's why I'm
Oh,
not
I was
doing
going to
it this
say,
way.
you're an 11.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it this way, not this way.
My bad. We're not
I got
twinsies.
I got
just
3.
suck.
This is not going to do well. Hold the line. Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna say for flavor before we all get obliterated, if at any of the gooey things were to pass the wall that Solomon did and one managed to like get out of it, Harpon would use Eldritch Blast to basically sort of like push it back into the just like throw it back into the wall so it can actually get captured into it.
Before the results of this dexterity save go in, I'm going to cash in my inspiration that I apparently have. So maybe we can get something that's not a
Oh,
natural.
right. I have inspiration. Shit, I'm using it.
Ooh, that's better.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Okay. All right. All right.
Thank the
So-
whatever of this realm.
So 14 for Goaty.
16
what I rolled.
for Solomon.
I have a +7 in dexterity.
So, and-
What's your
good.
intelligence though, bro? We wicked smart.
17
13.
points of bludgeoning damage if you failed.
13.
What was the save, by the way?
14, sorry.
14. Okay.
So that'll be
So it'll be 8.
8.
What was the DC?
DC was 14.
Hey!
Oh shit, we still haven't been able to get a long rest, have we?
You
we
did? Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
wait.
did.
Before we went shopping.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because okay, all right. Hold on.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be throwing cannons.
Hold on. I got a long rest Grendel real fast because she was at 54.
It was 14 if you failed?
No, it's
8 if you failed. 17 if you didn't fail. The DC was 14.
Wait, what? Reverse? 17 if you failed, 18 or 8 if you didn't fail, correct?
I got
Max
my
damage
words
is
messed up.
17.
I'm not
we
good with
were
that.
right the first time.
Yes.
max damage is 17.
Didn't fail. 17 if you
if you
failed.
There you go.
Okay, so I took 8 damage.
Numbers are hard.
They are.
Okay.
Numbers.
Okay. I would say in this moment, so it would make sense. William would call out incoming as he rolls out of the impact zone. As he does, he'll pull out a spyglass and start looking over the ships in the bay and is looking for the flagship of this fleet and trying to identify who's leading the charge.
I hate to be a stickler for the rules, but Solomon and I both need to make concentration checks.
Yeah, and as a warcaster, I have advantage on that.
Hey, you know who's not a warcaster? Goaty.
Yeah.
I will say Grendel's still running as soon as like the explosions and everything and like the chaos and the debris coming around. Grendel's just bitch slapping debris away as she's like just running as fast as she can,
Yeah.
The wall still
taking
stands.
slight damage on her
So does the
knuckles.
storm.
I will say that probably this drow lady that who used Eldritch Blast to help Solomon as they are doing that movement, there's that whistling impact right next to them, and then this figure flies and then just lands and rolls. And from the dust, you just see Harpon emerging as he just shouts to the group, "We need to go! Now!"
Grendel's
When he says
still
that,
running.
like, have we made anything that kind of has given us like a good head start? Should we get out?
You've given them something to chew on for a little while, but they are beginning to crawl the sides of the buildings and kind of reappear down there. William, you're looking for
The flagship of the
flagship.
Yeah, that's
You,
trying to identify the leader.
You see, and you've met them before, but this is the Wyvern Riders,
Right.
This is their fleet of ships, and they are deadly,
That's
accurate, unrelenting, and will do anything for the right amount of money. Usually, you're anything. Your Captain Balazar is cruel, but he's not dumb enough to take on the biggest port. It does not want that kind of smoke from the Sovereign. Right. The Wyvern Riders don't care.
Yeah.
If somebody hired them for it, they'll do it.
Mercenaries.
Yeah. They're part of the Scarlet Brotherhood, but they kind of operate on their own time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, they're the Ivor of pirates.
That being said, once he realizes who exactly that they are, shifting attention to the Sovereign's Pride, seeing if it's sustained any damage and if it's actively reacting or if it's
it is a large vessel, and it has been hit pretty heavily. At this point in time, you see them returning fire, but the chance that they will maneuver out of here is impossible because there's just a line of just flaming and sinking vessels that are just merchant vessels that were bringing in stuff. There's no way out of here via sea right now. It's going to take a while to clean that up. They boxed everything in. The towers are also returning cannon fire as well. As you kind of retract your vision a little bit, you notice that the monsters have made it to the docks and the piers, and there are city guard that are swinging and stabbing. You see, I'm so sorry. Remind me your son's name.
Grayson.
You see Grayson in there with them as well. Just come on, man! Fire! And you see something emit from his sword as he comes down on one of them, just splitting them into just radiant energy as well.
Okay. Shit. How's he looking? Is he looking rough? Is he holding his own?
It looks like he's holding his own for now. But check back. Might be different here in a little bit.
I'm going to say that Harpon is going to be insisting on.
Mm-hmm.
So, we need to get out of here now.
But yes,
Grendel's still running.
Grendel, you hear your mother's voice. Actor feed. Harpon actually shouts as Grendel's mother, "Grendel, come back!"
Grundle, oh god! Oh god!
You love
Oh, God!
to have these hairline triggers, and now here it is.
Well, this is really
Quick
a
call
trigger.
out
It's
that
Grundle's
apparently-
mama! What the fuck do you expect?
Quick call out that Victor has the actor feet in real life. That sounded exactly like Chris's
Yeah.
impression.
Yeah, damn good.
Absolutely.
Grundle, you see Grundle take the freaking executioner's blade as she like goes to stop and is sliding through as she slams the executioner's blade down to stop herself, and she kind of Tokyo drifts herself around, and she immediately, without stopping, releases the axe from the ground, starts running back, goes, "Mama!" And she is just absolute, like, think Tom Cruise run, but giant green lady, and just
Oh,
boom,
jeez.
boom, boom, boom.
Terrifying.
All right.
I think Solomon's going to hold with Goaty, hit their concentration as much as possible till the last second until
Yeah.
they can just get to, running speed.
Yeah, with this,
Well,
you would
you-
assess that if you took off, you would have probably a 60-foot head start on
All
them.
right, cool.
Sir
Yeah.
DM, would I have a nearby entry point to the underground tunnels?
You saw the reptilian creatures crawl out of the well.
Well, to the right of it. William's going to turn to the group. You all do what you need to. I'm making way to the port. They need help down there.
William, I
Not
understand.
for a question, mate. You guys help get people out of here, but I'm helping the port.
And if you die today, the rest of the world will die tomorrow.
For some reason, I feel like it won't be that big of a deal. And he's gonna take off laterally, following the wall, trying to get a lateral bypass of the wall and make his way down toward the port.
Okay.
Grundle
To
is
the
actively
casual-
looking for her mother right now and is frantic.
It's a 14 and an 18, William, to hit you.
18 hits.
Okay. You take 6 points of piercing and 1 point of necrotic as one of these crawlers latches itself to your leg as you're running.
Owie!
Cody, as Solomon is holding this wall, you notice that the shadows behind it are beginning to move off to the sides and up the walls. You see one kind of make its way over, and as you're focusing on that, your focus kind of blurs on it and looks past it into the sky, and kind of a little bit out of the sun is this little black speck. And again, you hear it before you see it. Almost a whistling sound as it's diving out of the sky.
Oh, fuck no.
And you hear it. And it obliterates this crawler. It is Soren as it's coming down to your aid as well. So now you have Soren in this fight as well.
So he would recognize this. And to the casual observer, he's still maintaining concentration, but Goaty is Terminator walking towards the ice wall. Like, just focused completely on it. Like Harpin saying, "We need to go," in one ear, out the other.
He's determined to put a stop to this here and now. Cut it off. Cut the head of the snake off. Okay?
He's going to
What are
think,
you doing? This
that
is
case-
The crystal.
Let's,
Go for the crystal.
lose.
let's roll initiative
All right.
and
Mama, where are you?
and go with that.
Grendel's playing Are You My Mother?
Fucking kidding me right now.
Harpa, can you hear me?
Harpun's trying so hard.
So I
I
do
am
Keep
have,
everybody
so dead.
alive.
I do have the
I
little
am
A
so
next,
dead.
I do have the little like green A next to initiative. Does that
Advantage.
have
means you roll
That
with
means you have advantage, yes.
Ooh, even though I have a +0 to initiative, but
Hey, advantage is still advantage.
Hey, my +2 just gave me a whopping 4.
that is a 17.
I'm going to be dead before the first round ends.
Oh, that's not
It'll buff
necessarily
out.
true. You could be dead a lot sooner.
That is a
That is the spirit.
17.
You're already dead. You just don't know.
Die.
I mean, I'll just
William
I'll just tag
actually
along
cursed
with
our
William.
entire crew. We're all dead.
That's the twist.
Yo, we got some banging initiative so far.
Except for that
Mhm.
guy.
Yeah, except for Harper, because he spent his last turn going,
Yeah, but
all right, guys, we got to get out of here. And then
He'll just
nobody
change his
agreed.
face.
That's what Harpin gets for emotionally manipulating Grendel.
Sorry for trying to save you from just walking into, just a bunch of beasts and cannon.
Stop being
just
the
Grendel
falling.
wanted to walk into a bunch of beasts.
Yeah, I know.
Grendel wanted to rip and shred.
At this point, the crowded streets are almost emptied as there's people that have sheltered themselves in their home. There's still a few people kind of running around and going away as you see a few other ones just something grab their leg and cover them with this black ooze and consume them and grow and then crawl off to another destination to just keep feeding. All right, so Solomon, you're up first. And William and Grendel, you guys are kind of in the same thing, so you can take your turns interchangeably if you want.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, integrating that new system. I like it.
Solomon and Jody, you are also in an initiative block, so you can also take your deals
So it's
together.
me and Solomon together in this moment. Me and Michael just get to play off each other in combat. Fucking bring it.
And I get to play off with my coffin.
Oh no! You get to play with the beasties.
So yes, at the start of our initiative block, Godi is still like he hasn't made it to the wall yet. I'm gonna bet with the amount of time that's passed, he's probably pretty close. But yes, he's straight Terminator walking towards this wall. Like you look like very much so. If somebody's in front of him, he's not moving them out of the way or walking around them. He's walking through them to continue his path. This six
Walks over someone.
What do I see as the most immediate threat in front of me?
No, I'm kidding.
Probably two crawlers. There is no threat but Godi. There are two crawlers that are probably about to make it over the wall towards the top.
Two of them towards the tunnel.
Towards the top, like the rooftops.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm going to. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna cast magic missile at the two of them. So I'm gonna
Smash.
split it to 2 and 1. So
Okay.
because I get to shoot 3. So
Like a coupon of death. I love it.
first one, gets 5 points of damage. Force damage. That's the word. Gonna hit the second one next to it. It's another 4 points. And then this, and then I'm gonna just shoot that one again. 3 plus 2. Nice. So 5. So what was it? 4 and 5. So 9 to 1, and then 4 to the other. Is that what I said? Yeah.
Yeah, 9 to 1, 4 to the other.
Yeah.
You decimate one of them and really injure the other as well. Just
Nice. All right. Yeah. That'll be it. I am basically trying to get like back to back with Godi in terms of this. Like as he's going that direction, I'm going backwards, like following.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Finger guns.
Oh yeah. Big time.
Okay.
Knowing that Soren only communicates telepathically, Godi is just going to think, like, because it's the only thing on his mind. These are the things that corrupted Dizikath. And if Soren is listening, he's gonna let Soren do whatever he's gonna do with that information.
You don't hear anything back, but you get a feeling, a deep-seated rage.
Ooh, that's what I have right now. A deep-seated rage. So with my walking speed being 30 feet, originally I was 150 feet away from 150 feet away from the sleet storm. I believe that the wall was on the edge of it, right?
Yeah.
That's where you put
so
him.
it was on the other side. Yep.
So 150 feet away, it's
I'd say in the time that we kind of were
so
out of
110.
initiative, you could be like close that by half or more probably, if you would like to. Basically, you can put yourself
Cool.
as close or as far away as you need to at the beginning of this initiative.
So I haven't used my action or anything yet, but since you're giving me that, thanks to Horatio Stompers, Godi has a 15-foot vertical leap. So once he gets up to this wall, he is going to leap up to the top of it and look down at the carnage of all of these wonderful prone creatures.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes. There are 9
And
creatures that are prone in your sleet storm right now.
9 creatures prone in the sleet storm. That is wonderful. As Godi reaches into his bag, pulls out a scroll, and reads it. And with that, a bolt of lightning leaps to the first target closest to him, and then 3 more leap from that target to other targets. Godi is using his scroll of chain lightning.
Smash!
These 4 individuals that are closest to him will have to make dexterity saving throws, which they are prone, meaning they have disadvantage. And this is a spell scroll, meaning that it would have a DC with it. It's not mine.
You said 4 creatures?
Yes.
4, 6, 2, and 1.
Ah!
Okay, I don't know
All
what
of them
it
fail.
is.
No matter what.
Oh,
I was like, no. Okay. All right. And then the 1. Like, oh, okay. All right.
The
Yeah.
lowest skilled wizard could have written that scroll, and that still would have succeeded.
yeah. Don't mind me. I just have to get my bag so that I can roll 10d8.
Smash!
Let's see here. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I
I'm
love it.
keeping up with
Nope,
all
not
these
that one.
smashes.
Oh, that is delicious.
5.
Oh, that is
6.
scrumdiddlyunctious. Like, ah.
This is the Willy
7,
Wonka
8.
over here.
9, 10. Got it.
Nice.
Oh, I love the sound of all those dice.
You love to hear it.
So 5, 13, 14, 19, 21, 29, 33, 36, there's a 38, plus 7, 38 plus 7 would be 45 points of lightning damage to these 4 individuals.
Oh, that is
already
saucy. Oh, that is so saucy.
Hi, Chris.
How much?
Round of applause.
45.
45 points of lightning damage to all 4 of them since they all failed this save.
All 4 of them, one right after the other, just exploding. And these are all ones that were humanoid. As each one of them explodes, the wall is how tall? 10 feet?
10 feet tall, and Cody is standing on top of it.
So, what did I say? There's a 15-foot radius on the explosion of that first one closest to you.
Yep, so unless it is right up on the wall, it's probably by the Pythagoras. I'm probably not going to be in the radius.
Okay.
Unless it's right up on the wall.
No. I'd say it's
A squared
just,
plus B squared equals C squared.
There you
Yeah.
go.
That is like the only
All
thing
right.
I remember from geometry.
You
and
see
me
them-
both. No, I'm kidding. I remembered a lot.
Explode in these clusters of tendrils in spiky forms before they just collapse and begin to turn to ash and dust from the sheer heat of the lightning coursing through them.
Muted.
What? What was that? What, Cody? What are you saying?
Can't hear you through the ice wall.
What I was saying was that was my action. I don't have anything for a bonus action, but thematically speaking, as he finishes reading this and the scroll evaporates from his hand, he's just looking down at this carnage and starts reaching for another scroll.
Okay. Is there anything?
Nice to meet you. Well done.
Is there
Now
anything
it's the
you
winter of
want
your discontent.
Soren to do on his turn?
On
your turn as well.
Let me just bring up Soren's stat block here. Let's see. I would like him to strafe a good part of this battlefield and utilize his plasma blast in a spot where he could hit the majority of things, meaning that everybody in that area would have to make a dexterity saving throw, which is also they have disadvantage because they're prone.
Oh my god! And Cody is just
Fucking
fucking
wipe them all out
It's a
while he
6
can with.
pow!
That is a 16.
One man army
Or,
over here.
What did I say? Oh, it's a 10-foot radius, so it's just the one group, and they got a 16.
Yep.
Okay, go to cast Silvery Barbs. Do it again.
That's hot.
That's 10.
Smash.
Now
is
you
it?
know how it feels,
10.
Chris.
10.
Hey, I've never
10?
used silver
Okay.
barbs ever. I've never done that to anyone.
No, but now you
But I
know
will.
how it feels
Yes, I do.
when Matt does it.
I will say silvery barbs is super fun to have.
No, it's
Wait.
super fun. Yeah, it's great.
Wait till Silas and Holiday reunite.
Oof.
Not nearly as many D8s, but D8s nonetheless. Does it matter between force and fire damage? Do you need them to be
It's-
separate, or do you just want a?
It's both. Just a total.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just want the total, or do you want me to tell you this much fire, this much force?
You don't have to
If it
separate.
has
Just give me a total.
resistance or
It's so
anything.
metal.
Okay.
It does something mechanically, but it doesn't take more damage if that makes sense because it's fire.
Roger, Roger.
Don't worry, guys. We'll let you play too. We're just, we're just having fun with some
Okay, so
spells.
Don't
total.
worry, I got my broom ready to just like in my turn, just go.
No, you need the shoe.
14 points of combined damage to these individuals. And just in case, if the target is an object or a structure, it takes double damage. So, there's probably a nice little cracking
Yeah.
crater in the ground.
So there's a building next to these as well. You said how much?
14.
14? Okay. So there's just one of these left on this side of the ice wall. It is one of the humanoid ones. All the crawlers are obliterated by this this plasma blast. And then as Some other ones are still moving away towards the rest of the city. That blast takes out a corner of one of the buildings, and the wall just begins to crumble and fall.
They will take. Yeah.
So those ones are dead, and there's another humanoid one that is injured really badly around the corner.
Perfect. Soren will be strafing the battlefield.
Okay.
And that's Cody's turn.
Smash.
Okay. All right. So that's Cody and Solomon. William, I need to make me a Constitution saving throw DC 15.
Constitution? What's going on here? You said 15?
Mm-hmm.
Do I have that one ability? Because I kind of need it. Hey, guess what? I'm going to cash in that inspiration now because I don't have Indomitable Focus or whatever it's called yet. So we're going to try that again. That's better. That's a 15 plus 5 for a Dirty Girl 20.
Okay.
Dirty Girl 20. Jesus Christ.
Man, 20.
So as you're running towards the docks, you feel this thing latch onto your leg and begin to try to siphon, but something basically comes over and just puts a muzzle on it, essentially, and stops the flow of your life force from getting consumed and it getting bigger this round, but it is still attached to you as you make your way through there.
Gotcha.
What are you doing? Are you still running through?
Question.
Yes.
I still have my one cool ability still left. It does not allow me to take other entities with me. Should I use it, will this creature fall off?
Ooh.
You're essentially grappled, yes. So if it gets you out of a grapple, then absolutely it would get you out of this.
Sweet.
Under normal circumstances, a teleport does get you out of a grapple.
Mm-hmm.
Sick. Well, you know,
Nightcrawler that shit.
feeling that sharp sting in his leg and the fucker trying to drain the life force out of him, he just starts to shimmer, and he just bamps 30 feet away from the creature and leaves it in place, using his final charge of the evening for the Misty Step built into his Curious, and is continuously making his way down, but before he gets out of range, he's going to take 2 shots at this motherfucker for biting him, since he's got to contribute a little bit to the fucking fight before he gets out of there to go help his son.
Oh my god, I
John
started
Wick.
laughing.
You look ahead to where you're teleporting to, and there are others emerging out there as well. So you are aware of more.
Okay, we're
that
surrounded.
situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So what happened when they came out is they fed on people and multiplied.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
it's not just the initial
Okay.
number;
Yeah.
they have increased.
Like
Okay.
a Venom symbiote situation.
Okay.
Mhm.
So one shot's going to go back towards the one that was biting him. The other shot's going to go towards the one in front of him. To the one in front of him. So that being said, that will be an 18 and a 16 from both Ivara and Nadia.
How much?
These are my ladies.
18 and 26 to hit.
Yeah.
Or no, not 16 and 26 to hit.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
They think
Cool,
that
cool,
every
cool.
time you call your guns by their names.
These are my ladies.
These are my special ladies.
Amy.
This is Ivara. You know why we
You
call
know
her
we call her
Ivara,
Ivara, right?
Ivar's just sitting there, just like burning all the shit she stole from William.
I need
Another
this TikTok
universe,
now.
in another universe, there's a witch in a western
He's
town,
about-
your
I'm
ears
so-
are burning.
I'm so doing this now. It's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing. These are my ladies. This is Ivara.
I swear, at some point in Wormwatch, Ivara might just bring up some shit X named William.
I would not be mad at it. I would not.
We all date pirates. We have that phase in our life, okay?
Ivara's done a lot of traveling in her days.
Oh, trust me, we can get to that sometime.
She's
I
got
know
a boy in
Jason.
every port if she wanted
18
to.
or 8 plus 5 is 8 plus 5 is 13.
Yep.
13. That's from Ivara back at the one that bit him.
Okay.
And then Nadia did 11 plus 5, so 16 on the one in front of him.
Okay. There's like 3 or 4. There's 2 crawlers and 1 humanoid. Which one are you shooting at?
The one in front of me.
Yeah.
Let's go with the humanoid, and I'm now gonna start falling back because I'm vastly outnumbered.
So you turn and shoot the one behind you, and it just completely obliterates. How much damage to the one in front of you? Is that 16?
16 from Nadia.
You fire forward as you turn your attention there and kind of stop a moment and really aim your shot, and it just takes off half the side of the head of this thing. It's looking pretty hurt there.
All right. Action surge. I'm gonna do a quick reload. This time, both at the same humanoid. Or no, one shot at the humanoid from Ivara, and then goo monster with Nadia.
Mm-hmm.
20 on Nadia, and 15 plus 8 is 23 with Ivara.
Yep, both of those hit.
Crunchy crits for. Ooh,
Yep.
For. Okay, cool. I like it. All right. We're gonna go. That is 6 plus 2 and plus. What's my max damage on this thing? 16. So 16 plus. That's 22 plus 2. 24 plus 5. 29 damage on the humanoid from Nadia. And Ivara is 10 plus 5, 15 on the goo.
All right.
And then final thing of the day, second win to recover 1d10 plus 7 HP. Is that cannonball fucking hurt? That's 10 plus 7, 17 HP back. Calling out to the group. The way it's looking a little overwhelmed. Yeah, falling back might be a great idea.
So as you fire, you said that was 16 and 29 as a 45. You completely obliterate this humanoid one. How close are you, would you say, to this thing?
William would have probably been like point blank by the time he reloaded and just raised the barrel up to the chin of this thing and just blast it.
Mash.
Dodge this.
Yeah. Matrix the shit out of this guy.
Yeah.
Dodge this motherfucker. And then with the recoil, spins around. The infamous spin and shoot from Book of Boba Fett at the goo. And then starts making his way back down the alleyway he just came from.
The old paint and spray.
Okay, so I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Oh,
as you
boy.
Shoot this thing and turn around and fire the other one, just decimate it. You think you've gotten the one behind you.
That's right. Yeah,
And
they
you hear-
explode.
You done messed up now, Ron.
That's right, they explode. Oh, thank God. That's good. Because that would have been so bad as I would have been in a
DC
whole
16. Oh, yeah.
It's a whole new world. Just kidding. I saved. It's a 16 plus 7 for 23.
Okay. Then you'll be
Thank
taking
God.
half of 4010.
Because
A lot of people don't realize that we're having like our own little private party in the chat with like jokes that we tell each other.
So half
If I could
23.
record it and just show you as in real time,
11.
I would.
11.
But, you know,
So you take
that's
11
the
points of piercing.
You should
after
save
I got,
one of these
after
and
I just got
turn
myself
in,
back
like,
to full health with
video.
my second wind.
Yeah, you're like, all right. Yeah.
Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. I regret that.
But they're all the ones that were around you are dealt with, and the closest ones are probably 30 to 40 feet down this
Okay.
the street off to your left. It seems pretty clear. It seems pretty clear.
Taylor's lost it. We don't know what happened.
I don't even know who did it.
I don't even know what the context is.
Yeah, we'll have to run that back later and see.
Behind the scenes.
Yeah.
You can pinpoint the exact moment that Taylor lost her fucking mind.
Make
Look,
a
it's not
quick,
like I had much of my mind left to begin
That's-
with, okay?
William, make
You
a
don't
quick
have to be
perception
crazy
check
to
for
play
me
this game.
as well.
All right. And would you mind if I add my tactical assessment to it to increase the success rate?
Go for it.
Perfect, because that's only a 16. You bitch. Rolled a fucking 1 on the
Dice
superiority
give it,
die.
dice take it away.
So that's going to be a 17.
Okay.
That's better than, a 16.
Absolutely.
Less than an
You-
18.
You assess your environment. You see the few other creatures that are looking for something to consume down the street, and you turn to the docks and see one of your son's men begin to get consumed. It's the one that's closest to him that is kind of fighting back to back with him.
Yeah.
And it just is it's crawling up and it's just
Fuck.
Nasty.
Yeah.
Well, there goes the self-preservation.
all right. If that's your turn, Grendel.
All right, so Grendel, I would say, like, she is currently actively looking for her mother because she heard her mother call out to her. She goes, "Mama! Mama, where are you?
Oh no.
Mama!" She is like,
You blow out everyone's speakers.
I will say she probably would have stopped probably about like half of her running speed of her running back to look and see if she can see her mom.
Yeah. Off to the side, you would see your mom kind of hanging out the window of the halfling tower. Grendel, what are you doing? Just terrified. And what are you doing out there? Get somewhere safe, my love. And your dad just grabs, Mama, get in here.
Wait, that she and she kind of like thinks like for a minute, being like,
Son of a.
is that? But Mama sounded closer, but Mama's over there.
You see, like the math of the
Yeah.
like,
Beautiful mind.
It's just the cat just like it's just like that is what's going on in Gretel's head right now. But she kind of thinks, does she see Harpoon, or is he still the individual that he is currently?
Harpoon is there.
Is he Harpoon, or is he okay? She's gonna. Does she see Harpoon?
She does.
She looks at him and just goes, "What are you doing? My friends need my help! Why are you playing tricks right now? This is not the time to play tricks! It's not even the 1st of April, you stupid..." You just see her just start booking it all the way back.
Today I learned that Vardin subscribes to the Julian calendar, apparently.
No question. So
Oh, you know.
how far is Grendel away from this wall now currently, you would say?
The ice wall?
Yeah, she was actively running towards it. She ran about half her distance speed away from back of where she was on the way. And now
I'd say
she's
about,
running back.
yeah, like 15, 20 feet probably from the ice wall.
Okay. So Grendel is just running. She sees the explosions and everything. She is going to, with a running start, she is going to leap up. And you said 7-foot jump is what she gets?
You have a 6-foot vertical leap, meaning that your feet would be 6 feet in the air, and Grendel is 7 feet tall.
Okay.
So
You
the
grab
top
the
half
top
of
of
your
the wall.
body clears the top of
Okay,
the
so
like,
I would say Grendel would like kind of almost like pummel herself on top, right next to Goaty, and she's just gonna stand there. She goes, "You are on the ground. You're going to lose your head," and you just see her. Is there anything that is left in this carnage of which for Grendel?
You jump up there and kind of it's icy and slick, but you don't care. You just mash yourself up there and you get ready, and it is just carnage on all the ones that are prone. Off in the distance, you see three crawlers in front of you. One of the large masses past that, probably another 15, 20 feet. And then probably another 20 feet to your left, you see one of the humanoid versions kind of making their way through the city that way.
Okay,
But
so
not immediately in front. Everything immediately in front of that was in the ice storm, Goaty decimated between him and Soren. They just took care of business there.
Okay, so is there anyone laying prone currently?
All the ones that were prone are
dead. That's what I
dead.
figured.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Unfortunately.
So scratch that.
Sorry.
Grendel. No, it's fine. If anything, like that was purely badass. Like absolute, just loved it. So Grendel, upon seeing probably the humanoid one about 20 feet away, she still has that one bolt that she had received, that she had mastered in the lion turtle with the rope on it, because she pretty much yanked it back, and she still has it. She is going to load that up again, and she is going to aim her ballistica at this humanoid creature that is running towards them.
Okay.
And she's going to fire. Now, I do not have ballistica on here. What is the plus for a ballistica? I can Google it.
It's a D12 plus 3, I believe.
Okay, hold on. I'm more like the plus for when you roll
like
to attack.
to hit.
Yeah.
It would be dexterity, I think.
Okay, so it would be plus 6. Or... Well,
If you're
she's
using
just
your
mounted.
dexterity, if it was mounted, it'd probably be plus 6. But if it's using your just dexterity, it'll be whatever your dexterity modifier is.
my dexterity modifier is plus 0, so it's gonna be a flat roll.
Petition that because it's not like mounted and aiming like normal. It's the fact that she is just straight
Just
hauling this thing.
boom.
that
Yeah,
this should be
I'll
a
let you use.
strength.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, that's why I said plus 3, because I was.
Plus
Yeah,
3?
I think using your strength. I'm not. Yeah.
Okay. All right,
It's like having a compound bow in other editions, which were strength based.
well, that is a 19 plus 3 for a 22.
Fuck yeah.
And now, how many things are around, beasts and monsters are around this individual that she just skewered?
Which one are you shooting at? Sorry.
The humanoid, about 20 feet away.
Okay. There are 3 around it.
All right. So once she shoots it, Grendel immediately like has the end of the rope, and as like just before like the rope goes out, she grabs it, pulls it, and keeps it taut. And she then yanks this. She then yanks the rope back, taking the skewered monster with her, and then she's going to pretty much aggressively try to swing to try and sweep these other 3 around around the monster.
Okay. So that's what you want to use your second attack for?
Yes.
Okay. Then roll an attack roll. So
Smash.
D20 plus 3.
20 plus 3.
Literally.
That is an 18 for a 21.
Okay. Beautiful. I need some damage from you.
Okay, what would the damage be for that?
Well, this ballista
Well,
says
Survives.
first the damage for the ballistica for the humanoid. You said that was
Yeah.
like 1d7 plus what?
1d10.
I said 1d12, but this thing on here says 3d10.
Damn.
Okay.
Who are you
I'll
to
let you-
argue? It's 3d10.
Yeah, who
I'm
am I
going to
to
say
argue
3d10. Because how often do you get to use a ballista, you know?
Damn.
Now I need
How about that?
here is 1d10. It's 3d10, correct?
Yeah.
3d10s. And now a word from our sponsors. If you'd like to skewer your opponents with a ballista, and then use that person as a pommel of sorts, or a meteor hammer, then subscribe to Gryffindor
That's
Liste.
19 points of damage. Wait, no. It's 2 zeros and a 9. So
10s.
29.
19.
29
29.
points. 29
So two-
points of damage for the ballistica, but I don't know what would you count for
On the first
sweep?
piercing one,
Yeah.
I would just do your regular d12 plus 3.
D12
Come
plus
on down to
3?
Bob's Ballistica Market. We got a bonanza sale going on.
All right, that is a 10 for plus 3 for 13. So that would be 42 points of damage. And well, like I guess 13 for the sweep, and
Yeah.
then yeah.
So 13 to the 3 crawlers, and then 42 to the humanoid one. So you shoot it. It goes all the way through from one side to the other.
Shink.
Yank it and smash this thing on all 3 against the side of the building that had collapsed a little bit onto the other group of crawlers, and just decimate all of them.
So are they all dead?
They're all dead.
Oh yay! That's great. I love
Grendel
that.
smash.
Why?
And that's
Grendel
exactly how they're
smash!
Oh yay! They're all dead.
Well, it was either
What?
that because if they weren't, if the ones that got swept were not dead, I was gonna ask, since they're wrapped up in the rope, would they be prone? Because then Grendel would be dragging them in while they would be prone and then execute.
Come here.
Get over here.
Fishing, yo! Papa, look at the one that I have got.
It wasn't
Guys,
quite the
why were
fishing
we
that I was
worried?
talking about.
Why were we worried? Godey and Grendel got this. Quite literally, GG.
The GG
All right.
squad.
Is there anything else as a bonus action or anything?
As a bonus action.
So the ballista was the one action.
No,
Ballista's shot was the one action, and then the dragging was her second attack for her multi-attack.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
As a, I believe. Well, did she rage before initiative? I think she raged before.
You did,
initiative.
yeah.
Okay.
You said
I-
that you were raging the second.
Yeah.
that
Oh
was
yeah, she
happening.
Okay.
yeah. As soon as librarian bitch appeared, it was. But
So that being said, did we add the rage bonus to all that?
We did
damage?
not, but they're all dead.
They're all dead anyway.
But now they're more.
Yes.
But now they be
They're
extra
even
dead.
more dead.
Super
They're
dead.
Okay,
extra
what is that?
dead.
Plus 2 on
Plus
each one, so another
2,
4,
yeah.
right? 46
plus-
points of damage.
Yeah, Clucky.
Yeah.
Clucky would advocate the same thing. Like, hey, calculate your extra damage. Don't forget it.
Close to some all-time records of damage with amongst our channel.
I
Yeah.
will say though, probably as a bonus action, she will have her just her javelin offset in one hand. I think that's not even a bonus action, but wait, can I throw a javelin as a bonus action?
Not really.
Light
I'd say
thrown
like offhand
weapons.
attack, like a knife or something. You could
Okay.
do an offhand
Yeah.
attack.
Then I won't have a bonus action. It will be fine. Grendel has cleared out 4 enemies like that. It will be good.
Okay, Harpon.
Yeah, Harpon, what are you gonna do?
There's more my way.
Sir DM,
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
here we go.
would Harpon, with all the knowledge that the party has gathered up to this point, clearly he would know that, I'm assuming that the reason why this has happened is because the area where it was people were being quarantined
Mhm.
sort of like got out of hand.
So, the information that the Kaipen brought to Godi, I don't know if he would have shared that particular piece of paper before Abigail showed up and began speaking through her
I didn't really
her
have time.
illusory thing. But what was on that paper was essentially and Godi would know this if he wants to share it with Harpon later. That's up to him.
Later being the keyword. Go to
Yeah, he's on a mission. Basically, whatever it was that was inside has been activated. Now, these creatures are a little bit weaker than the ones that you guys have faced previously, as you guys have been just decimating and taking them out one after the other, whereas the others were a little bit tougher to fight. These are new creatures, not fully baked. In fact, William would have seen before he blasted the head off one of them, it still had somewhat humanoid features. That wasn't all like the aspect of Warwick Ball you guys fought didn't really have much of a face. This one still had like a mouth and maybe like an ear, like just for a moment before he just took that last shot. So they're not fully formed.
So the question is, what that mouth do?
Or that ear in this case.
Sorry.
Smashed.
Sorry.
He had to. He's holding that for a long time.
Oh Lord. What? So would this be, or would Harpon have a deduction or connect any of this at all to the information that they've gathered about the Magisterium's library, the tower and the building and all that stuff?
Yes, you have an inkling that is the source that triggered the transformation itself, with that initial pull of energy that came from there before all of this chaos broke out. Those two things are definitely linked.
That crystal needs to go.
The creatures that emerged from underneath and they were fighting this thing, they killed the thing that was near them, correct?
Yeah, and they've taken off into the city as well. There might be one that you can find if you would like to.
We haven't established whether or not they're friendly or hostile, have we?
No, the only thing that you saw was one come out of a well and stab the first thing it saw, which was fortunately with a crawler. Yeah,
They're not
One of the
within
oozes.
they're not within my walking speed distance, I presume.
What do you have? 30 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can say there's one. It's kind of off in the direction that William took off in.
Okay. I mean, if allowed, I think one of the first things that, seeing that the party has just basically taken the offensive, and then sort of like turning to the group of these creatures that emerge from it, he would attempt to call out to one of these creatures, whichever one maybe was the closest on their way out, as he just calls to it. And it just says, "Hey, you see all this?" And he just gestures to all the creatures that have been like swarming the area at it. "It will not be long before they arrive to your homes as well. And if you seek for something to blame," and then he's going to gesture toward the Magisterium.
Ah, shit!
Dirty.
Smash!
It turns to you like semi-aggressively because it's like looking around. The sun's kind of hurting its eyes a little bit. It goes, "They came for home. We come for their home." And starts to go towards
He's
the
going to
magic
shout to
area.
him,
Shit.
"Then help me.
What?
Your tunnels. Is there a way to get closer?" And he keeps gesturing toward the Magisterium.
Devious
Through the
little
tower.
man.
You want to get closer to the Magisterium via the tunnels?
If they have an option.
Ooh,
He
brother.
kind of goes over and signals a few more. "What? That's it. And like 10 more kind of come out from the other buildings and start to go in there. "Come, hello," and goes into the well.
Oh shit.
Harpon takes a moment to look at the group. They got this. He's not a sturdy motherfucker. That's not his skill. He's a people person. Clearly. Or
He's many
creature
people.
person.
Well, people person.
And
In this
he's gonna
situation.
actually go ahead and follow these creatures.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll take you out of initiative, but we'll put your actions in between each of the initiative blocks. That way you're kind of moving and doing something interweaved with everybody else. Okay. Top of the round, everybody make me a dexterity saving throw. You son of a gun, because you escaped this.
Oh, I am well aware of my HP and my AC, sir. I am getting the heck out of a place where there's cannonballs falling. I'm not a Grendel.
Another
How about we
volley.
do this, bro?
Grendel has no plus to her dex. So
Yeah.
How about,
You-
how about
you
we do
have
those
break.
saves
Break.
and then we go to break?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. You heard it, folks. We'll be right back. Will we survive? We'll see.
To be diced.
Fish are friends. Fish are
No.
friends.
Fish are friends to the bitter end. And welcome back, everybody, to the second half of Tales of Vardin, Chapter 8. What else do we have coming up on the channel?
I know.
What?
This Sunday. The return of Frontiers of Eberron, episode 3 of season 2, which is going to be called Institutional Change. So
Could all
take
use
that
some of
for
that.
what you will, for those who've been following along. Yeah, looking forward to coming back and seeing what madness will they face as time goes on. Maybe some familiar faces might show up from previous episodes. You never know what's going on. Everything's a surprise. And then on Tuesday, Tarzan.
Howdy, on Tuesday, we have the next episode of Star Wars, the role-playing game, Edge of the Empire, where our band of morally questionable adventurers maybe complete their first mission that was supposed to be a one-shot, turned to 3-shot.
It's completed. The rest of the galaxy just hasn't caught up yet.
We gotta turn in the bounty or the mission itself, and that's complete. And
Look,
suffer
it was
the
a
repercussions
long time ago
in a galaxy far, far away. Tune into that. It's new, or not new, but it's a different dice system comparatively to D&D. If you want to learn about it, we're a great group to learn it from because we're learning as we go. So yes, come check us out on Tuesday, 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time.
Smash.
And then on Wednesday, the following Wednesday, correct?
Yes, the next Wednesday, we are now in the month of January, being the 10th, the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, returning to, if you tuned in last night, a totally not stressful point for any of the 5 people at that table. Oh, I'm sorry. All 5 of them are all incredibly
have
stressed.
whiplash.
Mm-hmm.
I still am
It's-
seething over this.
It's I'm sure it's fine.
It'll buff out.
Real quick, though, I would love to give a shout out to all of our favorite friend KJ for uploading all the videos on demand on the YouTube channel. They are such a big help, and we truly appreciate them. And follow them on TikTok as well, kj.cosplay, I believe.
KJ is the best of us. Don't let anybody else tell you different.
Yep.
100%. I would die for them.
Speaking of dying,
And
Absolutely.
back to the episode.
And back in it. And also, speaking of KJ, I do believe it's time.
Oh my
As
god!
the
You just
volley,
yeah.
as the volley of cannon fire comes off of the city wall, high above, our little fox friend dodges a cannonball and leaps from the tower on their way down. It is your turn to do as you wish in the initiative order.
I have no idea what the fuck is going on. I got here like 5 minutes ago.
So, all hell broke loose. There's a lot of ooze creatures attacking and eating people. There is an onslaught of wyvern riding pirates from the sea that are laying volley after volley towards the ships and the city. And you have the party down below you that has absolutely decimated the entire area of the oozes that are around here so far.
I have not looked at this character sheet in a very long time. And I had to level him up, too.
And you are on the same initiative order as Godi and Solomon, so you're kind of in the same group, so you guys can take your turns interchangeably. So if you want some time to think about it or coordinate something with somebody else in that segment with Godi or Solomon, feel free to.
From what Hiron's been able to catch of the bits of the fight that he's caught while fucking traversing rooftops, basically, what have I noticed is their skill set? Like, what do they do?
Godi and Solomon use magic and hit hard. The big green lady is ferocious and strong. The pirate that ran off towards the docks is more of a
risk taker.
Mixes is a risk taker, but also can handle themselves, whether it's at range or close up. And the mysterious Harpon has gone into the well. As far as their skill set, probably strategy, as he's trying to get everyone out of there as much as possible.
Nobody's listening.
Nobody's paying a lick of
That
anything
checks
to
out.
Listen, you put my son in front of me and in mortal danger. Of course, William's going to respond in accordance. Oh no, my son! That's my boy!
Father help!
Father help!
So?
Do I see any offensive, like, of the individuals attacking the area, kind of in a cluster?
Probably in front of me, right?
There are some that are now following William, coming out of one of the alleys. There is an ice wall, and right on the other side of it, there is a large mass of ooze that is making its way through the city, and a small cluster of these small crawling oozes about the size of a basketball.
How high up am I right now?
City wall, probably 100 feet.
Hiron's gonna back up and take a running start and just jump off the edge of the wall, and using my feather step boots allows me to cast Featherfall, except another fun feature is in this version, while I'm falling, I can use my movement each turn to move horizontally while descending.
Yo.
Smash.
That's pretty
So
dope.
Hiron just takes a running jump off the wall to get as much distance in an arc as he can before activating the boots and just moving even further at a high vantage point. And I'm going to target that group of ooze behind the ice wall and cast Shatter.
Freaking Peter Pan over here.
I was gonna say what you're telling me is that Hiron can literally video game double jump if they wanted.
Right now.
Hell yeah.
Wahoo!
Okay.
Wahoo!
So what is it,
Cat
a
Mario.
dex save or is it an attack roll for shatter?
Shatter
Shatter,
is
I
a
believe, is a
Constitution
save.
save.
Okay.
Yeah. Con save against your spell DC.
Okay.
Which
That is-
is 50.
Did you get 15, Chris?
17.
17. Okay.
So half damage, I believe.
Yeah.
Where's my D8?
Yeah. Depending on what level you
Man.
cast that too. So
Oh, yeah. Jeez.
$19 halved.
19 halved, so
9.
9.
9.
Okay.
9.
This group of 3 crawlers, you center this spell right in the middle and just obliterate all 3 of them.
Smash.
And then who's closest to me?
So like me,
friend
Goaty,
or foe,
and
yeah.
Grendel are kind of
Friend.
like in a triangle formation.
Yeah, specifically Goaty and Goaty and Grendel are both on top of a 10-foot ice wall.
Yeah. So I'd say
Let
Goaty
me
and
think
Grendel.
my
It's not
question.
Goaty.
Who looks like they could use the most help?
William.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly.
How far is William from me?
In complete opposite direction.
Yeah.
No, she's on the other. They're on the other side of the ice wall. So if they were to continue down the street that they were going,
You
and
could go
cut left,
parallel. Okay,
they-
yeah.
Yeah, they could intersect and kind of come up
Yeah.
behind the group that's following you, or one more street and kind of match your speed there.
Even though I'm still in the air.
Which is so
Oh.
cool.
I got
It's
a top
freaking
hook.
dope. Just
Double hop over to the
okay.
building.
Here we go.
That's exactly what's happening.
Airball.
Yeah.
And is he within 60 feet of me?
What's that?
Is William within 60 feet of me?
Yeah.
So from this other space in the sky, William just hears this voice say, "You've got some people behind you, but you've got this!" And you get Bardic Inspiration.
Hey.
Oh.
Hiron is a barb.
Very nice.
Good to
Well-
know.
Wait, no, that's a different class. Bard. You can't call a bard a barb. That just makes it a barbarian.
I didn't have Know Your Enemy when I first met Hiron, but now I do. I will learn your secrets.
So,
That's
Is
just
that-
basically like the magic version of male insecurity of just be like, so what's this guy bench, right?
Yeah, I could take him. I won't though, but I won't.
Yeah, pretty much. I cast male toxic masculinity.
Oh no. Okay, Goaty, Solomon, you guys are up next.
Yeah. What do you want? Because I have an idea.
Okay, so how many enemies are roughly in the wake in this
Onslaught.
this death circle that we've made?
At this point, you've pretty much cleared out most of the radius within like 50 feet radius of where you started that. Most everything has dispersed by this point. The biggest threat right now is the bigger ooze that is just kind of slowly making its way towards you, essentially.
Okay.
My question then is, how close is the closest sieging battleship?
120 feet.
Perfect.
Spell sniper?
Oh, the sieging? The ones that are
one of those, the
towards
one that's actually attacking. Well, the closest one that's
sorry,
attacking.
I didn't understand. I was thinking the docks, like the closest battleship. So
Well,
they
is there-
are
is there-
another
Are there enemies on that battleship?
So everything that's docked is friendly. They're still probably another 200 feet past the dock, so about 320 feet out from that.
Shiitake
They are,
mushroom.
they are getting closer. So with each round, they will eventually either dock or be within in that range.
And how close is the impending ooze of doom?
40 feet to your ice wall.
Okay.
Love how you put it like that, Michael.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a very large ooze thing.
Yes, this one is very large. Probably about the size of the one that you guys fought in Corellian's office. So based on that, if it were to separate, it would probably produce 12 to 15 of these crawlers.
Ooh, hang on. Must reread messages from a few weeks ago about what happens with these things. So with everything that we've been told by Xenia, seeing this thing as the next immediate threat, yes, that is Goaty's target. Is Solomon with Goaty?
Hell yeah, I am.
Then allow Goaty to go first.
Okay.
Goaty's going to turn his attention to this thing after leaving all of this in his wake. And, like, just knowing that Solomon is nearby, he's just going to be like, we cannot let it separate. I must cut it from the weave itself. And he just tries to rip at it, and I cast Dispel Magic on it, just like last time.
Smash!
Okay.
It's
So
such a
roll-
badass line.
Only a 14 or more.
And I had to
Or
use
decent.
my spell attack modifier basically for this, right? Or was it just an intelligence check? I don't remember.
Yeah, your spell attack modifier is fine.
Okay, so I got a +8. I got to beat a what?
A 14, so you need 6 or
14.
more.
Come on, you can do this.
I believe in you.
On the dot. That's a dirty 20. That is a dirty girl 20.
Yeah.
So
That's
yes,
the
he just
way
kind of like grabs
I
at
like
it,
it.
like hooking his fingers into the weave of magic and just rips it from this space around this thing to cut it off from the weave.
Okay. It shudders, and you see it at 4 or 5 points try to pull itself apart, but it just latches back together and is, I will say it is not going to be able to move this round because of its disorienting.
like that.
Sick.
That would have been Solomon's cue. Is just Goaty just ripping at it.
Goaty, remind me, fire good?
Fire very good.
Well, that was out of character. That was just me reminding myself.
These highly intelligent wizards. Fire
Then
good, fire good.
Fire good. Well, yes, make it do with the burning.
Then in that case,
Cannot hear. Cannot hear. Cannot hear.
no, you can't hear the music.
Oh, fireball!
Fireball.
Oh, I can.
No, screw it. I'm playing it again.
It's
Can't hear it.
your mic is cutting it out.
At least you're enjoying yourself, and we all know what it is. Fireball.
That's what I cast. And I look at Goaty and I'm just like, there's only one way to be sure.
I can. Come here,
Take
like
the taller.
fully.
Line it up. Boom. And I cast this at 4th level.
Ooh, you dirty girl.
6 on
It
the
is
dex
my
save.
only 4th level spell slot. So
You only
it
made-
is.
Oh.
Now, can it, because it's been dispelled and it's currently trying to, Chris, I'm trying to influence to see if there is a disadvantage
put
on
it
this deck
inside?
for the character.
This is an ooze-ish one, a giant ooze-ish. It's not
Yes.
humanoid, therefore it cannot be prone,
Right.
based off of things that we got from Zenia.
So, but being that it has been slightly pulled from the weave in order to,
I will take a disadvantage on his dex roll.
okay, it's got to beat a
Okay.
15.
It was 6.
Yes!
I rolled better the second time. It was a 6 and a 13.
Here
Stick to
comes
the fire.
9d6.
9d6. All
No, you
right.
just said it. 96.
No.
96.
9d6 to a total of 48 points of fire damage.
Jeez.
Fuck
Good.
yeah.
I
Nice
just like
smash.
point my 2 fingers together and Dragon Ball Z style. Just
Does
As
he yell
Yu Yu
Alex
Hakusho.
yeah,
Yeah,
oh,
that
yeah,
is you.
Gallic
Yeah, it's
yeah, that's true.
it's a spirit gun.
I was going more for whatever.
Gallic gun, yeah. Oh, I get
As-
it now.
Cody reaches out and dispels the weave. It momentarily tries to separate. You take that opportunity to just put one right in the middle and blow half of this thing away. As it kind of rips open, your bead of fireball goes in. It closes and just goes off the side of it.
Does any of it fling far enough to the battleship that it I won't go up there now.
Make it rain goo on the enemy.
So to remind people, because this is like a debriefing that Goaty gave to people, so disconnecting it from the weave, Goaty has made it more difficult for this thing to split into smaller parts, and hitting it with fire damage has slowed its ability to absorb magic to heal itself. So yes, we are making this. We are taking this big, giant, massive hit points, and we are making it a lot less tanky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hit the crystal.
So,
Hit the
my-
crystal.
with my bonus, I will use that as an opportunity to look at those with me on the ice block. And having received a message from Harpon, meaning that he is out of initiative, and he told me, "Get the fuck out of there." I will look at them and just go, "We need to get to the tunnel. They are going to the Magisterium. This is our chance. We have to hope for the best for William." And I make the call to just be like, let's go.
Grendel will kind of just like look at someone and goes, "We cannot leave William behind. That's one that is not nice. We do not leave friends
I
behind."
mean, that's my turn. I can't really reply, so. Yeah. And with that, he's going to basically just start moving towards where Harpoon is being led through the tunnel. He's going in that direction.
Okay. Perfect. William.
That doesn't hit. That's a 5. That's a 19.
That hits.
And that is a 21.
Here. 2 hits.
Okay, so you can take 10 points of piercing and 1 point of necrotic.
And now you have 2 crawlers on you.
These fuckers are fast.
Mhm.
Damn. I don't like that.
So they are attached and grappled. And will begin to siphon next turn.
Bitches. You play bitches.
But it is yours and Grendel's turn. So whichever would like to go first.
So, question. Upon hearing Solomon being like, well, we can only hope the best for William, one, Brenda will remember this, because she does not like anyone talking about leaving friends behind. It's not the friendship thing to do. And so, Grendel is just going to just turn to Goni and goes like, we cannot leave William behind. He is our friend, and she's at this point she's gonna kind of be looking around to see if she can see William anywhere.
Godi doesn't hear Solomon or Grendel.
It's just thrumming of like blood in his ears, just
vengeance.
Actually, I'll say this. Solomon saying we have to go to the tunnel. They're going to the Magisterium. Godi is thinking to himself, so am I, but he's going through the front door.
Godi, we're gonna go back to you just for a second because Soren has a turn. What do you want him to do?
Oh yeah, that's right. So let me see here. Let me bring up his thingy again. It's a new toy for me. I have to look at what he can do. So at the beginning of his turn, let me begin by rolling a d6 to see if his plasma blast comes back. Need a 5 or a 6.
You can do it. I believe in you.
That's a 4, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Inspiration.
I don't have any. But it's okay. And I'll tell you why, because he's going to strafe back, and now that the target has changed, he's going to fly by this thing and emit a very loud shriek, causing this thing to need to make a Constitution saving throw with a DC of 13.
That's 10.
Okay, that is going to be 3d4s worth of thunder damage. And the creature is stunned.
Yes.
Finish it!
Save the children! Help the children!
So it's only 7 points of thunder damage, but yes, Grendel, there's this tiny little dragon thing that just emits this loud shriek, and Chris, what does it look like, this thing being stunned and, for lack of a better term, incapacitated? It doesn't say how long, but I'm gonna...
Ooh.
Yeah.
You see almost the air itself ripple as this shriek emits, and it just kind of knocks it over to one side, and this ooze kind of moves in an organic way, just kind of pseudopoding it out and kind of dragging itself. It reels and then basically comes back, and it's completely still. It's no longer like heaving up and down. It is not moving side to side. It's not trying to like move forward. It is just sitting there as a blob. So yes, now Grendel, William.
Go ahead and do your thing there, Grendel.
This thing is prone.
No.
It cannot be
Okay.
prone, but it is incapacitated, cannot move, and cannot take actions, reactions, or bonus actions. It can't do absolutely anything.
Does
It can't
it
even
have-
try to heal because these guys just ripped it apart and stuck
We
a
have-
fireball in it.
We have debuffed the ever-living shit out of it.
Now is the time to start landing strikey strikes.
So if it is incapacitated, it doesn't have a head though, does it?
It does not have a head.
Yeah.
But it can also not separate because of slashing damage.
All right.
You got this.
Grendel, like, she'll kind of like be kind of shocked back into reality, literally seeing Goaty just like just the crazy Goaty shit. Like Goaty's is hitting like almost god level at this point right now. It's honestly
in his
it's a little terrifying, but at the same time it's smash. So Grendel is going to like turn and she'll like she's still raging, so obviously she's now kind of like she's itching just to like so she sees this thing just laying there helpless, unable to do anything, and she goes, I am going to cut you in half. And she just drops down and she just walks over to this thing and she's just going to just sit there and just start striking at it. Both hands, and she will also, can I reckless or frenzy attack?
Yeah.
Okay, and I will also frenzy attack on top of that. So
You have to use your bonus action to go into a frenzy.
Okay,
Yeah,
well
but-
then.
On the turn that you start your frenzy,
You can
get
do your
that
frenzy.
attack.
Okay,
so
perfect.
You,
Awesome.
you can make 3 attacks right now, all at advantage without using reckless attack.
Oh, I fucking love that. Okay, so the 3 fucking attacks with advantage. This is gonna be great. So the first one is a
Swing away.
17.
Sign. I hear that science reference.
A 17 plus. It's just like that of a great axe, right? God damn it! Why does my fucking app want to do the thing where it takes away
3
all
plus your
stats and
proficiency.
numbers?
So
Plus 3, I believe.
Yes, so
Okay.
6.
Okay, so
6
That will be-
plus whatever you roll.
that would be 17 plus 6. So 17, 18,
23. Yeah, buddy.
23 to hit. The second is a 18 for a
24.
24. Thank you. I'm horrible with the numbers. And then we have a 19 plus
25.
So those all
Just getting
hit.
a little better
Yeah.
every time.
So,
Yeah, all three.
so how many just dice do I need to roll for damage for all of these attacks?
So it'll be 3d12 plus 15 because it's
For
plus
each
3 for her
attack, yeah.
strength, plus 2 for her
Uh,
rage bonus.
rage modifier.
So yeah.
And then plus 1 for each attack as well, because it's a plus 1 great axe.
Oh, so it'll be plus
It's 6.
18. Whatever you roll on the 3d12 plus 18.
All right. So Jesus Christ.
Slash.
Slash.
All right. So I got 11 plus 9 plus 3. 11. 20. So 23 plus what?
18.
18.
18. 23 plus 18 for
41.
yeah, that number.
41 slashing, baby. Yeah!
Okay, let me do some math now.
And also my rage modifiers on top of that.
Already factored in.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, this thing is looking real rough. Real rough.
Tell me where Mr. Balls is.
It just gurgles.
She's still gonna ask him, like, or it, whatever it is.
All right. And where would you say these two crawlies are currently located on William's extremities?
One kind of crawling on your back and another on your calf. And there is a humanoid one that is in pursuit, probably about 10 feet from you, behind you.
All right. So that one's going to be a little funny to try and work around, but we're going to go ahead and take a shot at the one on his leg real quick with Ivara. I'm gonna precision aim this one because I'm not sure if this would hit. That's better. 9 plus 8 is 17 to hit.
Yep.
Good. That's 2d8 for damage on this guy. That's 13 plus 5, 18 piercing damage on the one on his leg. Is he still alive?
On his leg, it comes off.
Sweet!
Yep.
And then this is going to be tricky. It's going to try and jab it into the side of this thing on his back and shoot that one point blank range as well.
Okay.
Come on, Nadia.
You're not just going to shoot through yourself?
I mean...
You'd be taking that damage too, so yeah,
Right.
I understand. That's a lot of damage.
What do I need a crossbow expert for? I got the gunner feat.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That's the same thing.
Yeah, buddy. We're gonna add a D8 again. We're burning 2 superiority points here because that was lower than the first one. That's my last superiority dice. Wonderful. I get these back on short rest, right? Perfect. Okay, that's better. Nadia, you are giving me 7 plus 8 is 15.
To hit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo! Thank God. I was about to be a little upset with you, Nadia. Alright. Here we go. You bitch. Are those 2 1s? Shut the fuck up. No, that's a 7, thank God. 7 plus 1 is 8. And Nadia, you give me plus 5, so 8 plus 5 is 12. Piercing.
Yep. That one is gone as well.
Sweet! Alright, moving my full 40 feet, beelining it for the dock to get to Grayson.
Okay. You are within probably 15 feet of Grayson at this point. And
Okay.
he has the one officer that has been consumed next to him, and 2. So that makes, yeah. Okay. So you have 1 big crawler, 1 small crawler, and 2 humanoids surrounding him, and 1 chasing you.
All right. Cool. Immediate surroundings. Is there a way to get either underground after I clear a way for a path for him? Is there a way for us to get underground with him and out of immediate danger in this area?
Yeah, probably 20 feet off to the right is another well.
Okay. Cool. All right. I'll end my turn for now. I was thinking about doing something, but I don't want to expose my true nature to Grayson.
All right.
That would be bad.
Top of the round. Anyone still above ground? Because Solomon, you said you were making your way towards the tunnels. I'm not sure if you are there yet.
I would love to have used my movement again, and bonus action dash to just really like
Get in there.
I'm beelining because I'm actually I took Harpun's words to heart of like these guys are going after the Magisterium, and that just like ignites something in my head of like,
Yeah.
all right, let's do this. And I'm like, I'm beelining it. I think what I'll do though is like as I'm running, like just I want to like, can I do like a perception check to like scope like what is crumbling around me that I feel like they need to leave?
Yeah. Go
Or
ahead
do I
and-
even
and-
need to? Is it like just that?
Yeah, I
obvious?
don't think you even need to.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
In my
The-
raccoon wound.
The building that they're standing next to, probably one or two more volleys, and this thing is coming down.
All right.
Another building in front of your ice wall, another volley, and that'll be pretty much decimated. The Magisterium Tower is also taking damage, but it is on the furthest side of the city, so it's intermittent, not as much as the rest of the city.
All right. Well, then for my action, just as I get to as full, 60 feet out, I'm going to cast message to Godi and just be like, look at that wall because it might be the last one you will see if you don't leave. Get them out of here. And that'll be it.
Okay. So, Godi, Grendel, William, and Hiron, make me dexterity saving throws.
21.
Nice.
I'm doing good on these dex saves, man. And I
am
need to,
not.
because it'll be bad if I don't.
That is a 17. Cody seduces the wall.
So those who succeeded, DC 16 will take half of 16.
Owie.
So that
What
is.
type of damage?
Bludgeoning.
Oh, so I take a fourth of that,
Quarter.
don't I?
Yeah.
So 4.
So 4. Yeah, 4 points.
Godi will use his reaction for Stone's Endurance and reduce this damage.
Smash.
I can also reduce this damage.
With
Evasive.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is 1d12 plus 1. So 16 is full damage?
Yes.
Okay, Godi will be taking 11 points then.
Double smash.
Okay.
All right.
Looking. All right. It's fine.
Godi and Hiron.
Godi and oh yeah, Solomon is
Yep.
MIA.
Solomon is in the tunnel, so now Solomon and Harpin are on the same initiative block.
Hiron, by all means.
Hiron doesn't know what the fuck is going on. And kind of gave a last-ditch effort at the man who was running towards danger. And just gonna head towards everybody else with the 30 feet of movement plus whatever descent he still has. And as he approaches, just says, "What are we doing? I'm not sure what's going on."
I'm sorry, who is he addressing?
Literally anybody within earshot.
I thought that they went to go help William, didn't they?
They were heading that way. Oh, there.
He was within 60 feet, so I could shoot him a Bardic Inspiration, but that was kind of a last-ditch effort. I was going for people who are away from danger. Well, ish.
So in this moment, like, Godey's been laser focused on ending all of this. But and the message wouldn't have done anything, but Solomon didn't tell Godey to get out. He said get them out. And that's what struck Godey in that moment. He's now going, oh shit, yeah. They are still here. And he's just going, you know, being addressed by Hiron, still looking at this thing, but like sort of that concentration breaks for a second, and he's just kind of, you know, Grendel, take the little one and get out of here.
Grendel is currently still over this fucking goo ball.
Uh-huh. You can hear me.
How far was the... Okay. Grendel kind of just stands and goes, but the goo ball.
Finish it off. And run.
It's not her turn yet. Unless Godey wants to just, like, zap. I don't know.
I mean...
Oh, yeah.
I'll save some bigger things, but I will give that a shot quite literally. Yeah, I will raise my hand and draw the ice rune in the air as I cast Chromatic Orb at this thing.
Oh, smash.
Yeah.
Throwing a ice ball at it.
To freeze it solid.
Oh. Huh.
I hope with this thing being... Oh, wait, I have advantage. It's incapacitated. Yeah, much better. 22 to hit.
There you go.
There we
That's a
go.
good
So
smash.
that is 3d8s of the cold variety damage. Real decent. It's 14 points of cold damage.
Okay. So, as you hit it with this, I'll go ahead and tell you, this thing has 9 hit points left. It's looking that rough.
After I hit it?
After you hit it.
Damn it!
I know! So close!
I literally have no bonus actions!
Listen, it's okay. Let me work my magic.
Fair enough. We're taking a
just
turn at the same time.
Oh,
It's true, it's true.
and she's gonna poke it with her axe a little bit, being like, I think it's still alive.
What could I do to make this fun?
Crossbow bolt. A simple
I don't
tool.
have that kind of stuff. I do have a ranged attack, but it's not that. As Godey tells Grendel, take the little one and get out of here, I'm just like, not that little. And kind of draws something from his side in this little pouch, and it looks to be a card, and just throws it at this ooze.
Shuriken.
And I'm going to use Battlefield Gambit with... Ooh, which one do I want to use? With stars, so the attack damage changes to force, and it takes an extra 2 damage outside of the card damage. And I have to roll an attack.
It's advantage. Wait, no. Yeah.
Yep, it is still incapacitated.
23 to hit.
Yeah.
Sneak attack, baby.
Yep. Okay. Hold on. What does this do? This plus 6. Plus 14 points of force damage.
Damn.
Jeez. Hiron, how do you want to do this?
Just kind of with that little bit snarky, like slightly offended. I'm not that little. Kind of just in a very quick motion flings this card out as he's still mid-air running towards the rest of the group, just kind of in a backward turn, flick of the wrist. Just not even really paying attention. And Goaty has, in the last encounter that he had with Hiron's very hyperactive. He's never fully paying attention to anything. So this is very normal behavior for him. But just in that kind of unbothered flick of a wrist, the card kind of impacts. And it almost seems like it doesn't do anything for a second as it kind of like sinks into the ooze. But then this kind of blast from the card happens and it just radiates this force into the ooze.
Grendel just claps her hands and she goes, "Oh, I love magic tricks!" And she goes over and she immediately turns to the flash. She goes, "Oh, get the little guy, get that. Hello, my name is Grendel. I'm very sorry." And she goes and she just scoops up Hiron and she's like, "Oh,
I'm still in the air, homie.
Oh, he's in the air?
I haven't landed yet.
Oh shit! How high in the air are you?"
I jumped from a 100-foot tall wall and have slowly been descending.
So how high
Well,
up are
you're
you
40
going?
feet in the air
Mhm.
because you descend at a
Oh,
rate
you're
of
40
60
feet in the
feet
air?
around with
Okay.
Featherfall.
Alright. Okay, Grendel is just gonna be like, "I would like to pet you, but we should get out of here.
I'm not the pet to pet.
But if not pettable, why pettable shape?"
Hiron's ear just kind of like twitches and just keeps going towards kind of where he saw Solomon disappear, because that's kind of the intention of direction that he's picking up on, but
Yeah.
just kind of is like talking and throwing shit around as he's going.
Okay.
With the threat neutralized, Goaty will drop concentration on Sleet Storm, so the snowstorm around this entire area ends, and Goaty hops down from the wall and resumes his Terminator walk, heading directly towards the Magisterium. And as he passes Grendel, he just says, "Go to the sewers now."
But why are you going by yourself? She's gonna literally just kind of like, she's gonna just be trotting alongside and just like, why are you going by yourself? It is not good to just go somewhere by yourself. That's how you get lost, Goldie. Not to
I'll
mention,
be fine.
her brows just kind of furrow for a moment, and she goes, "You better not go off and do anything stupid."
I'm incapable of doing stupid things.
Well, then you do not go and do something foolish. And she's going to turn and leave.
Cody's heading for the Magisterium. Like I said, he heard Solomon saying they're going through the sewers to the Magisterium. I'll meet you guys there.
Okay. So, Grendel, you taking your turn to make it towards the sewers, or what are you doing?
I will say she will take a moment to look around for William, because again, she is like Solomon being like, "We're just gonna hope for the best for William," and she hadn't seen William in a while, so she is going to like, she knows Solomon, where Solomon's going.
Yeah.
She really doesn't care about Harpon, but she would kind of just be walk around and be like, "William, hello."
All the way down at the docks at this point.
Okay. She will just kind of, I guess, be, oh shit.
Like you would see him.
Does Grendel know where she's supposed to go?
Go to
I
say-
follow the floating fox in the sky.
I did say sewers, right? I did say
Mhm.
go to the sewers, and if I did not, Solomon definitely did.
You would have seen where Solomon went.
Okay.
So probably in the same direction as Solomon.
Okay. And you said that she does see William?
Yeah.
Or she just, okay, but the
he's
docks
just
are like what?
very-
Like 100?
Yeah, 120
away?
feet. Yeah, just way down.
Does
Way
he
down
look
the
like
street.
he's in trouble?
You see him and he is just like blasting things off of himself and just going as he's running down, just down side streets, just blasting these things off roofs and off of himself behind him too. And just
Does it? We can't hear you, Tarzan. Like, but does it look like? Does it look like they're closing in on him? Is the question, because Grendel is still raging, so keep that in mind.
It doesn't. It seems like he's keeping them off of him pretty well.
He's holding his own for the most part. And he's about to have his son at his side, so it's going to be dandy.
Okay, all right.
Granted, y'all don't know, except for old Goaty over here, that it's his son, but...
Okay.
Except, unless Harpon did some digging, but...
Oh, Harpon did.
I will say Grendel will probably turn to William. I don't know if she'd be able to hear him with all the pew 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 going on, but she goes, "William, we are going to the sewers. Be careful." And she's gonna be like, which way is the sewers again? And she will see the little floating fox, and she's just gonna be like, "Oh," and then she's just gonna kind of follow it. And that will be Grendel.
Okay.
So Tarzan, what new character are you going to be making after all this? Because I'm already thinking, what I'm going to make.
Oh, fun fact. Wouldn't you like to know? Cool. All right. I'm at the docks. Quick assessment of the immediate situation. You said 6 around Grayson now.
There's 6 total. There's 1 behind you and 5 surrounding Grayson. 2 of which are humanoid, and 1 small crawler and 1 large one.
How is Grayson looking right now? Pretty solid, or is he beat up?
He's taken a couple hits. You see some of the necrotic damage beginning to take effect.
Shit. Fuck. All right.
But he still looks okay. It's not looking too rough at this point in time.
I got holy water. Alchemist fire. What's the radius on Alchemist fire? Range attack. As an improvised weapon, the target on a hit, target takes 1d4 fire damage at the start of its turn.
It doesn't necessarily burst, but you set them on fire.
Okay.
And
Bolsters.
we did have a debriefing where fire was a good thing against these things.
Right. No. Bolstering both Ivara and Nadia on his back, he pulls out 2 alchemist fires and lobs them into the goos surrounding Grayson. That's going to be 2 off. They need him to roll to hit. Okay, name him up. We're going to roll. So what's my range throwing ability? It is a plus 8 or 6? Which one is that?
Technically, since this is not a finesse weapon, you would be throwing using your strength modifier.
I think that's still a plus 8. Isn't it? 3 plus strength.
You wouldn't be proficient with them, though.
6.
Yeah.
6. That's a nat 20 and a dirty roll 20. Fucking tits, man. All right. So somebody's getting 4 damage for sure. 4 damage on one on the left one, we'll say. Plus a d4. That's going to be 2.
Crunchy crits.
So, right. So 6 damage, 6 fire damage on the left one, and then 2 fire damage on the right one. Bonus actions, let's see. Pull out his That's a piercing weapon. He's gonna pull out his cutlass and with his offhand and stab the one he critted on, if it's still standing.
Mm-hmm.
Stab that one with his cutlass with an offhand attack. That's 2-weapon fighting, baby. Yeehaw! 22 to hit.
Yep.
That's a D8 plus 5. That's 7 plus 5 is 12. Piercing.
Okay.
And that ends his. Well, he'll shout out to him. Commander Grayson, we need to make our way underground. This is. The city's lost at this point. We need to get you to safety.
It's not lost as long as good men still fight.
And he just rolls. Let's see. Okay, that's going to be a 17. And that is a 15. Let's
Fucking
see.
crit on these bad boys. Come on, baby!
So both of those will hit. And it's longsword is a D10, so it is a plus 3 is 12. And we're gonna do a divine smite into this one. So the one that you crit on was about half done, and he finishes that one off with just cuts its head off with the glowing blade, and the other one will be it's 8 and stabs down on the crawler, pinning it to the ground, but it is still alive.
Bitch.
That is his turn. Everyone that is in the tunnels, and we'll say Gody has made it to the Magisterium. What are we all
Colonel
doing?
moved to the tunnels at this point.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'm following Harpoon's lead.
Okay. So the fish reptilian person just kind of guides you through these tunnels and takes his spear and goes and taps on the wall. That building below. If you want to make an investigation check for me.
Yeah. What is with dice today? 13.
13. Solomon would be able to give you the help action or investigate as well.
Yeah, I'll,
since he went down first and would have caught up with you by now.
What's your investigation modifier?
+5.
All right, I got +7 if you want me to do it.
By all means.
Need a 15.
Moment. That is an 18.
So as you are both looking around, you find some rocks that were built up as the foundation of the underneath side of the Magisterium that are loose and could be removed to make a way inside. As you do so, you come into a storage area in there. Harpon, being here before, you've been around these rooms, and based off of where the tunnels brought you, you are essentially right underneath the library portion of the Magisterium branch here in Greenport. What do you do?
I'm going to say that once we enter there and we know it, I just have that moment where just assessing the situation, and then I sort of orient myself, sort of look up, And then I go, he turns to Solomon. The library is right above. Now would be a good time to put the knowledge of this place to use and gather anything that we can use to fight what comes next.
Or we make sure they don't access it to use against us.
Chris, would I have a sense that we established that like whatever the source of this thing is here?
That is what you are
Or what we
assuming, yeah.
Cody really thinks so.
Yeah. Based on like all the stuff that Godi informed us before.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we've entered this particular location within the Magisterium, am I able to see anything maybe potentially related to the whole thing about like the colors, about things being off, now that I kind of like know what I'm looking for, if you will?
Yeah. If you were to exit this room and kind of peer down the hallway, to one side it seems pretty normal, to the other, even though the lamps are lit and there is light down here, it seems dimmer off in that direction, like a haze or a veil is being hung over all of these lights. You know, in that direction is one of the main offices of the mages here.
Before anything else, Harpen is, I mean, at this point, he's been consistently checking in with what his pseudo dragon has seen or been able to follow. Is there any other progress that I feel the pseudo dragon can make right now where they are?
As you are communicating with that, they have flown the perimeter of the city. They have tried to find their way through places that you would normally have them look for. Every once in a while, the vision, if you're trying to look through it, goes dark and wanes, and then comes back. And every once in a while, it's just kind of flickering, like there's a bad connection of some sort. But you see people, not as many as there should be for as busy of a town that was, roaming the streets, kind of going about their business. The pseudo dragon has flown through the mine itself to see if there was anything down there. They found a lot of like collapsed tunnels and turned and went back out. So it's done everything that it feels like it can do at this point to feed you any information.
Gotcha. They weren't able to follow whatever the direction of the woman that has Xenia.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah. So roll me what would that be to follow? Stealth?
Survival, I think.
Survival? Yeah.
If you're tracking, yeah.
Survival is wisdom?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Damn it. 11.
11. At first, he was able to kind of follow her around the city, but after going into one of the buildings, other people came back out, so they followed that person, which ended up somewhere else, and then another person came out of that one. So after a few hours, it just kind of got lost within the different exchanges of people along the way.
Would there
So no
have been
real
a
destination, but
would there have been advantage considering that they're carrying Xenia?
the initial location would be the mine, which is
Okay.
where when she came out, she did not come out with Xenia from the mine itself.
Noted. Okay. Solomon is probably going to see Harpon sort of like seems to go quiet, and his eyes seems to just get a little like hazy, like distant, before he blinks back, and he then looks at the light and the dimmer light on the one direction, and he sort of just makes a gesture, a silent gesture in the direction of it. What Cody said. And after that, he just has a moment where he makes a gesture again, slices his finger through the scar that he used in the first time when he transformed his owl. And as he does it, a spark comes out of his hand. He grabs it like he seems to grab as if he's about to grab the flame, blows it, and find familiar. He summons his dragon, pseudo dragon, once more. And so you see it sort of like manifest in front of him in his hand, and he just sort of crouches and lets it drop on the ground. And you see him sort of like just looking into the eyes of the pseudo dragon, and the dragon sort of like looking at him as well for a moment before it kind of like looks in the direction of the lights that are dimmer. And then you just see it sort of like very quietly, that little tiny dragon just starts sort of like crawling down in that direction as Harpon is just sort of using his connection to view through its eyes, taking advantage of its dark vision and blind sight.
Okay. William. 19, a 3,
Yes.
and then 1 on your son. So a hit and a miss on you, and a hit on your son. Let's see. That's 10 points of piercing for you, 12 points of piercing, and 6 points of necrotic for your son, and 1 point of necrotic for you. That is their turn. It is yours and Grayson's.
All right, I'm tapped out, lad. We need to get below ground. We can't sustain this fight with cannon fire and these oozes. Let's make our way for the well over there.
Go! I'll cover you.
I'm not going anywhere without you. You're coming with me. And he's gonna clear a path around Grayson with his 2 shots. It's a nat 20 again for Ivara, and 11 for Nadia. It's 11 hit.
11 does not hit. Just misses. Just misses.
But the nat 20 though. Woo!
Nat 20.
Let's see. Ivara, you're doing good, baby. 16 plus.
Smash!
I just rolled 2 fucking 1s. Are you kidding me? All right, 2 1s. So 18 plus 5 is 22 from Ivara.
22 points.
Yeah. And then just reaching up and grabbing Grayson by the pauldron and starts moving towards the the well, interposing himself in between any possible opportunity attacks. As I am the most resistant to some of this damage that's coming our way, I will be willing to make myself the priority target.
Okay. So as you kind of like kick one over, blast another one, that one just decimated. Yeah, there's two, so that's not going to hit. That's a 9. And that is a 21. So
21 definitely hits.
So that is 6 points of piercing and 3 points of necrotic.
Oof.
That is already halved. So
all right, looking pretty rough.
But yeah, you take the opportunity attacks, and Grayson goes, sod it, and just starts running with you.
All right, cool. And we'll make our way to the full 20 feet to the well, jumping down.
Okay.
Bleeding pretty well. Shit. That's the thing. We're just gonna play it off. We're gonna play it off. It's fine. It's fine. You're good. You're fine, kid.
You and your son are now out of combat. As you make your way into it, just before you jump down into the well, another cannon volley just blasts the top of the well off. Just as you drop down, just over your head. With that kind of opened up, you hear just this massive roar. And if you look up, just this streak of silver. You get a chilled feeling up your spine. That was a silver dragon flying off towards the coast.
Oh my god.
Now there's fucking dragons?
There's always
Worm
been dragons.
Worm riders are not to be fucked with, all right? These motherfuckers are bad. This Grayson grabbing Grayson's attention, pointing up. That could have been us, mate. Let's go.
Right. And he just kind of follows you along.
I do have a torch, I believe, so I'll be igniting that.
I'm going to also say one of the things that Harpon would have inspired while communicating with the dwellers of the underground would have been about some of his friends potentially joining him on this quest to stop this thing that could endanger their home. So should they manage to encounter some of them, hopefully.
Yeah. So, Cody, you're headed for the front door.
Yep.
What you doing? What you doing, bud?
How long of a walk is it from where we just fought to the Magisterium?
I'd say you guys were fighting pretty close to the front of it, because everybody rushed towards where the point of disappearance was with Xenia and Abigail, which was pretty much on the outside of the gate of the Magisterium.
So, are we talking like if we are talking turns of combat or actual distance?
Mm-hmm.
Because there are some things that if I can, I would like to do as Godi is walking to the Magisterium.
Okay. To get to the Magisterium
time I have.
door, to get to the Magisterium door, there would be about 80 feet of gardens in that front area before you actually got to the entrance.
So basically 3 turns. Beautiful. Yeah. I think that should work. Second question. Soren is with me. Does Soren qualify as a familiar since I know the spell Find Familiar? Or is he a companion?
He is a companion.
Okay. Oh, so all right. That's still good. That's still going to be just fine. Knowing that I can communicate telepathically with Soren, as I am approaching the front door, I'll the viewer watching the movie, Goaty is just Terminator walking right up to this. His vision perfectly on that front door. Soren is going to fly up behind him and then perch on his shoulder as we walk in. And then Goaty is going to trace his fingers along the rune on the front of his spellbook, which was placed there by none other than Mindoran, as I activate the Order of Scribes Wizard feature, Awaken Mind. And I will be summoning a manifestation of Mindoran, since he is the one who put that rune there. Now it's technically like tiny, I believe, or whatever. So it's just a little baby like version of him that does some things. Yeah, it's a tiny spectral object. Yeah, but it's going to be Mindoran, and that is going to be basically floating along with Goaty as he makes his way up to this door. And is the door closed? You're muted, and I was looking elsewhere. I'm sorry.
There is one door that is open, and the other door is closed. So it's a double door. Just
Double door. It's kind of doing the horror movie half open, half closed
Yeah.
thing.
like there's nobody home. Everybody ran away.
As we are approaching, like pretty much when Goaty gets within 10 feet of it, he will use prestidigitation to fling the doors open before he walks in. And he's going to walk pretty much like 10 feet in and take in his surroundings, knowing that everything's gone to shit. This is where he needs to be. What does he see?
These nuts.
God. You would see complete disarray. The banners of the Magisterium have been torn and sundered.
Good.
The carpets and the walls just scratched and defaced. Any artwork is just cut in half from jagged spears. As you walk through, you see the little cubicles essentially on the right hand side for communication. All the mirrors have been smashed. All the little orbs that you put your hand on to reach out to the right individual to communicate with, those are either gone, missing, shattered, chipped, broken, thrown against the wall. As you pass the library, there are like 3 or 4 of these reptilian individuals just smashing things with their tails, pushing over bookshelves, just destroying the place. Absolutely. There are a few more down the hallways doing the same to offices, just taking desks and like throwing them upside down, ripping the drawers out and shaking them, just taking all the shiny things, just absolutely decimating this place and just taking whatever they want out of it.
So he's gonna like kind of stop, look around, see the chaos, and there's a moment of approval. Now, Goaty is not perceptive enough, as he needed Grendel before, to point out where the to point out that, you know, color has been drained from certain things. But you don't need to see that if you can cast Detect Magic, which I will do as a ritual, again, using features from being a Order of Scribes wizard, meaning that I can do it immediately for free. One time, though.
You cast this, and you look down the hallway.
May,
yes.
Specifically, knowing that the spell is designed to point out things that are magical, what he's looking for is specifically the lack of magic where there should be. He's basically trying to look at what it doesn't show to try to follow to its source where this drain is coming from.
You notice in the library there are things missing, but that's not where the cumulative mass is of this void. It is just down the hallway and to the left.
Then that is where we are going.
You go into this small office and turn to the right. There are crimson curtains that hang down in front of this open doorway. You see through the slit a dark room with a few lit candles. And that is where the source is coming from.
Totally thought that was going somewhere else.
Just in this room somewhere.
Through that open door with the curtains in front of it, with the lit candles.
Like standing back from the door, he's going to walk like if this was the door, he's going to walk into the doorway and look in.
You look in, and this is a small kind of closet area, but on the floor is the same map of the city drawn in sigil form that Xenia sent to you. On the walls are plastered different rites and scrolls. There are magical books and weapons here that are all disenchanted. And on the walls, written in blood, to wither and decay, to pave the way for his arrival, to make apostles of those who would refuse them. They are nothing, all shall be them. This I swear as the hand of the first son.
Does the first son have any type of significance?
You've read so many books.
I have.
And first son rings a bell like any other. The first son was a name given to the first Drake created by Myla. More commonly known as Astaroth, but known to most of the world for his deeds of evil, Kolrath the Devourer. Who was sealed away by the Magisterium because he is said to be immortal and they could find no other way to get rid of the first son.
And can I have that passage of the first son, that context again?
To wither and decay, to pave the way for his arrival, to make apostles of those who would refuse them. They are nothing, and all shall be them. This I swear, the hand of the first son.
Huh. Okay. Cody will enter this room and look around, taking in every detail. And this is just like written on the walls, basically, you said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, written on the wall in blood.
And from inside of this room, where now is my detect magic pointing me?
What are you looking for? Are you still looking for the same void?
Yes.
This is the epicenter of it. This is the ritual sigil that initiated the transformation of all of those infected.
So, reasonable to assume that when this sigil was created, that it drained a bunch of things and then did what its purpose was, and is no longer functioning.
It has been activated, and there's the lack of magic is the only thing that's left. What it was intended for, it has been used for, yes. Harpon, your familiar makes its way down the hallway, and as they turn the corner and move down that hallway, there's a stairway to the left, and they move through past the stairwell, and the lights begin to become brighter.
Would I be able to perceive any difference between the ground and the ceiling?
Yes. So, the ceiling, it would be the direction where that veil seems to be coming from.
I'm going to say that I'm going to using telepathy, let Solomon know to follow.
Okay.
And very quietly and as quietly as possible, I'm following the trail of my pseudo dragon, attempting to get to upstairs.
Okay. He follows the stairwell up to the main floor, and you see the chaos that Godi saw. The reptilian creatures just tearing this place apart. There's papers and material and broken furniture just everywhere. As you round the corner and pass a few doors, your pseudo dragon communicated to you visually would see Godi in that office area inspecting.
Solomon is shocked that he made it there.
Harpon would just basically follow in into that room and take everything in.
Hiron, Grendel, where are you guys at?
Well, I will say Grendel probably is like very slowly making her way. She still feels really bad about leaving Godi and William behind. And so she is kind of just slowly kind of just wandering through the tunnels, just being like, I really hope that they are okay. Because it's not good to do things by yourself. And Cody seemed really angry. And I don't know. Like she's really kind of second guessing herself if she did the right thing, because she doesn't want to abandon her friends, especially like because the last time that she was gone, one of her friends killed her other friend. So she's very concerned about if she's doing the right thing being underground. So she's just kind of muttering to herself. She's shuffling her feet.
You are able to catch up with Harpon and Solomon, as they make their way through the basement of this Magisterium branch and up the stairs to the office where Cody is. William, what are you doing with Grayson? I can't hear what you're saying there, bud.
Our
There you
intent
go.
was originally to make our way to the Magisterium, so granted, we're underground, not really
Okay.
familiar, but
Yeah.
I would say, given the fact that both of us have taken a shit ton of damage, I'd be like, look, lad, we needed to take a breather. You're looking a little roughed up, and I could use a quick breath myself.
I was about to say, speak for yourself, old man.
All right, lad. Let's take a quick breather, recoup our energy. Me crew is making their way to the Magisterium. That seems to be the source of this plague. I would recommend you stick with us until then.
You see him in this torchlight, and you see a man that feels like he made the worst call he could. He made a decision, and he's taking it upon himself because it cost lives. He saw his men, he blocked off, he trusted your word that this was the right thing to do.
Oh no.
And he doesn't know what to do with himself at this. Like, this is the first, not the first, like, combat he's been in, but the first one where he's had
major
losses like this.
Something that Williams
And it was his call. Yeah, it was his call. He was in charge. He was given the sovereign's pride to run and to command, and the men beneath him trusted him and would follow him anywhere. And that's just, it's hitting him now.
Yeah. Look, lad, I recognize that pain in your eye. I've been there too. Trust that you remain here on this plane for a reason. It's, the pain of loss is great, but use that as fuel to move forward. There's still things that need to be done. You can prevent so many more lives being lost by staying focused on the mission. The mission comes first. Something you should be very familiar with.
Oh, I'm familiar with missions coming first, before my own well-being.
I'm sorry for your loss, lad. It's not going to be easy. It never is.
I did that. The Scarlet Brotherhood pulled the triggers, but I handed them the cannons. I bottlenecked all of our resources. And I knew better. He just kicks the wall.
There are forces at work beyond our understanding. This was a planned effort. This is something that none of us could have perceived. We thought we were dealing with a plague. This is something beyond just a simple plague. Somebody threw us all under the butcher's knife. I intend to find out who. But I need to have good men still fighting to make sure that those who threw us under that blade fall on it themselves.
Where is your brand?
Shit. Fuck. Probably underneath his collar right here. Right over his heart. And he has taken quite a bit of damage, so his clothes probably are a bit tattered right now, and it's possibly peeking out at this point.
He quickly grabs your arm and shoves your sleeve up, and you know what he's looking for. And he turns you around and just rips your shirt open, and then just punches you in the chest up against the wall. Give me one good reason I shouldn't clasp you in my eyes right now, pirate. You're the one that gave me the tip to shut off everything, and then Scarlet Brotherhood is on my ass, right at my front door.
I have no good reason. I can assure you I'm not part of that brigade. I am on my own. I serve no flag. I serve only my interests now. My past is checkered.
Roll me a persuasion or deception check.
Oh no. Six.
6. All right. We can all make mistakes. That's fine.
I'm trying to make up for those mistakes.
And you can start now.
Oh shit. Here it
That
goes.
is a natural 20, my friend.
Here we go.
Oof.
And here we go.
Okay, so that's a 10 plus 18 slashing. And 6, 19 radiant, which for you is doubled.
Vulnerable. Yeah.
Oh, and it's critical. Shoot. So that is, what is that? That is
19. Double.
We're doing crunchy crits, so because the smite damage is crunchy crit as well, correct? So that is 20. Oof. For plus 19, and then doubled after that. I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was this. Okay.
Hopefully this is enough of a buffer. We'll see.
I think is 43 points of radiant damage on top of the slashing.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. 43. Yeah. He doesn't even fight it. He kind of senses what's coming.
Mm-hmm. As you see, I'm trying to make up for it. He just says, "You can start now," and he just
seek out me crew at the Magisterium.
If they're anything like you, they'll have more than help.
And then the burst of radiant energy just fucking he crumbles.
He leaves you lying dead in the underground sewers of this place. And that's where we're going to end our session tonight.
What? Oh my
God! As soon as you had said earlier that this guy was doing radiant damage, I was like, oh fuck, okay, he's a paladin. Well, I hope he doesn't use that on William. Oh shit.
Oh, he did.
Oh my god.
That was tense.
Oh, how are the turntables?
I love that I still have no idea what's going on.
It's right on brand for
Just follow the
Hiram.
bodies. Just follow the
only
bodies.
thing that Hiram knows is they were coming out of like a candy shop or something, and then everybody just started running and screaming. And she's like, they're like, ooh, wait, what? Okay, I need
Look,
a
the only
higher
thing
vantage
that's
point. Let me
sure-
go look at this.
When it comes to this game, the only thing that's for sure is that nothing's for sure.
46 damage in total. William had 14 health remaining, so 30.
Wait, I thought that he said. I thought that he said that like a certain amount was like 40 something was just a radiant part.
Yeah.
43 was
And then
just
there was the
radiant,
slashing
and there was
damage.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! No, William.
which was 18 slashing damage.
Did you get hit with more than half of your max HP?
Oh my god! No, I just did the math. Okay, so like in total, if Tarzan was at, so he's 3 points shy from permadeath.
Oh,
Holy
oh my god.
Yeah.
So your son left you for dead.
Oh my
Thinking that you
God.
might as well be because you were so close. But
Christ.
talk about the mechanics working for the narrative.
Right?
Woo! That was close, man. Almost turned me to dust.
Holy shit.
That was wild. Well, William's dead.
Not really. I mean, he's got to save.
Unless somebody's gonna, save
Well,
me
we
in
don't know
one
what
fucking
happened.
turn. Right.
We don't. Well, that's the thing. We don't know what.
Oh,
happened.
William's dead. William's
also-
dead.
We don't know what happens
three
to you.
turns.
We don't necessarily know what happens to someone like you if you do die. So
That's true.
We'll find
That's
out
not a mechanic,
next
but with the
week.
mechanics, if you
Tune in
make
next
death
week.
saves,
I-
you're
to
just
see what
unconscious.
happens.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
My god.
If
Williams-
if I may, Mr. Chris, His Majesty Lord DM, thank you very much for this. And if I may, here's to Chris.
He went to go get his
Yeah,
pistol. Cheers.
Here's
There it is.
to
Wait.
this wonderful, wonderful
Happens.
man.
I can do it double.
And if
Hey,
you all
there's
like
double
it,
fees.
you should go to follow Chris at Clay_Beard and get in on some of this action.
Claybeard Studio.
Oh my
You
god.
too can have cool
All of this
D&D
beautiful
mugs to
stuff.
have with your party.
Well, you're
Great
getting-
storytelling, as always. What a fucking cliffhanger to leave this off on.
Dude,
Gotta
I am...
come back next week.
Now I have 2 stories to be seething on, like this whole entire fucking
This week has been
Oh!
You guys
merciless.
have been through it.
Merciless week this week.
Well, I
Because
guess
Oh
this
my
and dial,
God.
I'm dying right
nice good old-fashioned non-dramatic story on Sunday for everybody.
This is gonna be wild. I can't
Hey,
wait.
can we give a shout out to this one over here for guest starring at the last second?
Going in and absolutely shattering things. Yes.
Yeah, no.
Who's
So
didn't?
good.
Because
not
my
that little.
voice,
Boom.
like 20 minutes before this, was not good at all. But it came through, and I was like, Chris, I can totally do this. You're doing
I would
nothing
like-
but confusion the entire time.
I would like to take a quick moment to thank all of the new followers and viewers today. We have 10
Heck
viewers
yeah.
right now, which is insane. More activity
you
than
all
we've
so
seen in a
much.
while. Let's do a quick recap of our schedule for the week, so that way these new viewers that just tuned in can know what's going on.
Frontiers of Eberron this Sunday.
Yeah, next game this Sunday, Frontiers of Eberron at 9:30 p.m. Eastern.
Following that will be Star Wars, the role-playing game Edge of the Empire on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Tune in for that. It's a different dice system comparatively to D&D, so if you want to learn how that works, tune in.
And then Wednesday next week will be the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, our
We think
high
that's the
fantasy.
title.
Yeah, it's something like that. Our high fantasy dimension jumping.
Your
rock opera,
game actually
basically.
has a genre it turns out. It's called
Huh?
Portal Fantasy.
Ooh, I like it.
Ooh.
Portal
I learned
Fantasy,
that. I learned
okay.
that the other week from Cobalt Press.
Very cool.
Ooh.
Fantasy. It's
Portal
so
fantasy.
fancy.
Global Press coming through. We love it. We love to see it. But
Can we
yeah,
get a robot
that'll
offer
be
this week?
that'll be next Wednesday, and go
I
to the
almost
YouTube
forgot.
channel. All of our new friends. Or
If you are throughout the whole month of January, Run DMG is doing a Tiltify campaign, raising money for Doctors Without Borders. Myself and many other awesome, great content creators on TikTok who do tabletop stuff are all a part of it. We're going to be running streams. We're going to be doing shout outs. We've got all sorts of rewards that you can get. I'm giving away for a $75 donation. I'm giving away essentially over $200 worth of material from Cobalt Press in PDF form from Valiant Adventures. You can also get talk to the Jordan Brown and get in on as a guest star on his interview series. There are games that are being customized and can be run just for you. Sadie Oakleaf is doing one-pagers for certain bids, which she will then run for you if you even bid higher. And there's just more and more people, so please go to run_DMG or DMG_run on TikTok and find the Tiltify link there. Just even if you don't even want a prize, it's just for a good cause, because we're trying to help out as many people as we can with that organization. We surpassed the goal day one, and we're just continuing the stretch goal throughout the whole month. So please do so. And a big shout out to Ryan over there. And you love his memes. You've seen them on the app for sure.
everywhere.
So please do so. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Perfect.
Also
And then
follow
that's-
To Be Diced ADV.
Yeah.
2B Dice ADV. And then
Next
Tales of
Thursday
Vardin is a
we'll be
weekly
back, yeah.
campaign. Yeah.
And if you guys
so-
want to catch up on what's happened previously, check out the YouTube channel so you can catch up on all the adventures that you guys have missed out on. And let me tell you, it is
Hours and
absolutely
hours
BANANAS.
And I
Also,
will
a huge
say,
thank you to KJ for doing that.
I will say, I was in here when that little shout out
Yeah,
happened.
I did that on
and
purpose.
Only 2 of these people got to see the protest that was
Yeah.
happening behind screen.
And we don't care because we're right. You're the best of
Support you
us.
anyway.
That's
Exactly.
not at all true.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Well,
Chris, take us out.
Until next we meet, everyone have a great weekend, and we'll see you next time on To Be Diced.